This is Audible.
Toxic Seduction, Romantic Secret Agent Series, Book 3. Written by Roxy Sinclair. Narrated by Sarah Puckett. Chapter 1. Christine. It had been a long night. A long 2 days, if I was being honest. I couldn't remember when I had last eaten, and I had only managed an hour or so of fitful sleep on the sofa in my office at about 2 a.m., before some urgent development had roused me from my slumber and sent me back into the operations room. Of course, I had no cause for complaint, not compared to many Londoners that morning, some of whom were still waiting anxiously for news of loved ones who would never make it home following the latest terrorist attack to hit the capital. I'd lived in London all my life and never once felt afraid to live in this marvelous, vibrant city, complete with all its cultures, religions, and races. After the 7/7 bombings, I was determined to get back to using the tube as soon as possible. It was part of my normal routine, after all, and most of my friends felt the same way. But the latest attacks on cities across the U.S. had made everyone wary, and my new posting in MI5 meant that I knew more than most just how right my friends and family were to feel afraid. There was clearly someone very clever and very determined behind the recent series of bombings, which had culminated in the deadly attack on London's famed Diamond District the previous day. Even those of us working at the very heart of the government response to this heinous act were left guessing at the number of casualties. You knew things were chaotic if MI5 agents were passing on rumors from social media rather than relying on official briefings. Some of my colleagues had visited the scene of the bombing in the immediate aftermath, and their ashen-faced silence told the rest of us everything we needed to know about the sheer scale of the attack, and the likelihood that we would be pulling bodies from the rubble by the end of the day. By the time I was required at the scene, the first of the casualties had been moved away, either to the morgue or to one of the many city hospitals. Nevertheless, there were signs everywhere of the human cost of this tragedy. A broken pair of spectacles, a handprint in blood on the wall of one of the damaged buildings, a tiny child's shoe left abandoned in the rubble. It was heartbreaking to see. But I had a job to do, and I had to try and override my emotions and get on with my work. As one of MI5's intelligence analysts, my job was to liaise with the forensic team, to try and spot patterns and similarities with previous attacks, both in the UK and abroad, and, of course, to identify any evidence that could help us identify who was responsible, how they might have carried out this attack, and, most importantly, where they might be now. We all had our theories, but it was my job to analyze the facts, not the speculation. I had carried out my duties at the scene silently. We all did. What was there to say in the face of such destruction? I had been talking with one of the explosives experts from the Metropolitan Police, who himself had brought in a more experienced colleague from the Army. According to them, we were dealing with a bomb that had caused a huge amount of damage across a wide area. Both the experts were of the opinion that this could only be caused by a car bomb or a bomb planted inside the building itself, not the suicide vests we had come to expect from Islamic extremists and their like. Back at the office, I tried my hardest to shake thoughts of the grim scene from my mind. I made myself a fresh cup of coffee and exchanged a grim smile with a colleague who had only started the week before, a real baptism by fire, before returning to my desk. A new email had arrived in the few minutes I had been in the kitchen, and my heart skipped a beat when I saw that it had come direct from the boss herself. Alana Billman wanted to see me in her office, now. I had met the indomitable Alana Billman many times since joining MI5, but she had never asked to speak to me directly during an active investigation, always communicating orders and tasks through underlings rather than getting her hands dirty. She had been part of the interview panel that had selected me to go forward for training as an MI5 agent, and for that, I would always be grateful. Working for the intelligence services had been my dream job ever since I'd been old enough to understand what it really involved, rather than the cartoonish, oversexed version you got when you watched James Bond movies. My friends were always disappointed to learn how dull and office-based my job really was, having assumed that I spent my working day jetting off to far-flung exotic locations to seduce or kill enemies of the state. I had to tell them that I was far handier with an Excel spreadsheet than with a gun. Billman, as she liked to be called, had been amazingly supportive since I started working in her department. Apparently, she took a special interest in young women who showed an aptitude for the work, a comment that had made me almost burst with pride when someone mentioned it in passing. Billman herself had started working for MI5 back in the 80s, and had never enjoyed the same kind of mentoring she now offered to female agents in her department. Instead, as she often mentioned at work events, she had been consigned to make teas and coffees and do the typing, until the men had finally realized that she was smarter and more observant than the rest of them put together. I took a couple of gulps of too hot coffee, tried in vain to tidy my hair, which was now 48 hours without sight of a shower or even a brush, and headed along the corridor to where Billman and the other department supervisors had their plush offices. Her secretary was obviously expecting me, as she simply nodded me toward the open door. I knocked anyway, unsure what I was walking into. Billman may have always been supportive, but if I had messed up at the scene somehow, then she wouldn't hesitate to let me know. Billman was alone in her office, peering short-sightedly at a document which appeared, from my side of the desk, to be written in Arabic. She motioned for me to take a seat, and with a sigh, put on the glasses which always hung around her neck on a chain. Glasses were one of the few concessions Alana Billman had made to her advancing years, but she only did so with great reluctance. "How are you, Christine?" Billman asked, watching me with concern from over the tops of her spectacles. Was that why she had asked to see me? To check if I was coping? I bristled a little at the idea that she thought I was too soft to tackle such incidents, and replied brusquely, "Fine, ma'am. Absolutely fine." Billman shook her head. "No need to be so defensive, my dear. This isn't a therapy session." I blushed and looked down at my lap, too embarrassed to meet Billman's gaze. I always became grumpy and short-tempered when I was tired. Perhaps it wasn't a good idea to take that out on my boss. "Sorry, ma'am," I managed to mumble eventually. I sensed, rather than saw, that Billman had risen from her seat and watched as she walked to the window. "Early thoughts?" Billman's questions were always like this, whether she was debriefing agents or interviewing suspects. Brief and to the point. She had no time for extraneous words and hated reports that she considered verbose or poetic. I cleared my throat. "The forensic report hasn't come through yet, but I noticed enough at the scene to make me think we're looking at the same guy who bombed the jewelry districts in Chicago and New York." I paused, wondering whether I should make a connection that none of my colleagues had yet put together. I didn't want to appear too forward, or too keen to draw lines where there were none, but at the same time, if my hunch was correct, then this could be useful information for the whole investigation. Perhaps even that incident in Tunis a couple of years ago? Billman was quiet, but she nodded her agreement. My thoughts exactly, although upstairs wasn't too keen to hear it, she replied eventually. Even though she was one of the highest-ranking MI5 officers, she still spoke disparagingly about the other men, and even the other women, at the top of the organization. Billman clearly still liked to think of herself as one of the foot soldiers, and liked to be involved in the operations within her counterterrorism department. I knew from gossip on nights out with my colleagues that some people resented what they saw as her interference. I also knew enough, from my few months on the job, that these were the same people who resented having a female boss. Naturally, the police and upstairs don't want these sorts of conclusions being aired in the press. I understand the PM is being briefed now, but I've been given the go-ahead to begin a preliminary investigation based on the assumption that it is the same man, or group, as Chicago and New York. She smiled at me. That's where you come in, Christine. I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Surely I wasn't going to be given command of an operation after just 6 months as a fully fledged operative. Of course, it would be an immense honor, but I wasn't sure I was ready for such responsibility. And I also knew how some of my more experienced colleagues would react to what they would surely see as a professional snub. In the end, pride and ambition outweighed all my other concerns. I'm ready to do anything you need me to do, ma'am. Billman returned to her seat. I knew I could count on you, Christine. She paused and picked up the phone on her desk, speaking a few quiet words to her secretary that I didn't quite catch. Perhaps she was arranging a private office for me? I could hardly be expected to take charge of such a high-profile investigation from the open plan office where I was currently based. Billman hung up the phone and returned her attention to me. I need someone I can count on, and, more importantly, someone I trust for a very special job, she told me. I nodded with pride. The Americans have already come to the same conclusion as us about the connection to their bombings, and indeed, the one in Tunis. The main difference is that they already have a suspect. I raised an eyebrow. This was news to me, and clearly had been news to Billman. She was trying not to show it, but it was clear that there was some frustration that the Americans, Billman's catch-all phrase for anyone from the CIA, FBI, or any other American government agency, hadn't been sharing all their information before our attack. Of course, even with the attacker's identity, we might not have been able to stop the bomb. But, without it, we'd had no chance at all. Billman was reading from the files in front of her, including the paper in Arabic that she had been scouring when I first entered the office. The suspect's name is Ahmed Al-Farouk, and it turns out he has been on the Americans' radar for a long time, well before the bombings in the States. They believe him responsible for a number of minor attacks in northern Africa, culminating in the attack on the jewelry district in Tunis, and are unsure when, or even how, he gained entry to the U.S., or when he left. Neither do they seem to know how or why he started expanding his operations from these minor political targets in his own backyard to large-scale attacks on what should be secure targets in Western countries thousands of miles from his home. Billman passed a photograph over the desk toward me. It was a grainy black and white still from a video in which a young man, almost skeletally thin, was looking directly at the camera. His dark eyes were sunk so far into his face you could barely make them out, and his long hair was tucked almost self-consciously behind his ears. The only thing that made him look like your typical Muslim extremist was his large, curly beard and the combat fatigues he was wearing. Why didn't the Americans tell us about him? I asked Billman, keeping my eyes on that photo and those dark, sunken eyes. Billman sighed in response. I've asked myself that same question, Christine. My contact says Al-Farouk was on a watch list for a long time. They believed he was responsible for the minor attacks in North Africa, but because he was a lone wolf operative, they didn't believe he had the capability to mount more sophisticated attacks. He sent videos claiming responsibility for the attack in Tunis and the two in America. But I believe many people thought him a fanatic, someone trying to inflate his importance in the extremist community. Since New York, the Americans have lost all trace of him. No CCTV, no travel manifests, and no new attacks. They had begun to think that he must have died in the New York bombing, until this week. I shook my head. And they didn't share this information? Are they mad? Billman leaned back in her seat. Some of the Americans didn't quite buy into this Al-Farouk theory, as well as believing that he didn't have the wherewithal to carry out bombings on foreign soil. There was no physical evidence that he had ever been on any of the crime scenes. Plus, the Americans are absolutely adamant that he didn't enter the U.S. through the normal channels. Billman paused. And you know what their bloody immigration department is like. But now they want to share information, I assume, because they need our help to find Al-Farouk in London before he disappears again or carries out another attack? In a manner, Billman replied. They have asked for permission to investigate the London scene and to make follow-up inquiries, but I have insisted that their agent acts as a second to a UK agent at all times. She lowered her voice to an indignant whisper. I'm not having some Yank come over here and try and steal my case. Realization dawned. Of course I wasn't going to be given control of my own investigation. How could I have been so stupid? I was here to be given the task of babysitting some bigoted CIA agent who had a bee in his bonnet about Muslim extremists. Hell, he had probably voted for Trump. I tried to keep the smile fixed on my face, but I knew I was losing the battle. Luckily, Billman was too distracted by the file on her desk and her anger at the Americans for their lack of cooperation. The American in charge of the Al-Farouk case is on his way from Heathrow. I've asked that he be brought up to my office as soon as he arrives so that I can lay down a few ground rules for him. I gritted my teeth. With all due respect, ma'am, I began, I feel I have a lot more to offer this investigation than simply trailing around after some CIA agent while he chases after a man who has eluded him for months already, and who might already be back in North Africa for all we know. I'm sure I could be a lot more productive continuing my work with the rest of the team. Billman leaned over the desk and patted me on the hand. I know this is a disappointment, but don't think of it as a trailing around after him. You're essentially his superior in this relationship. Yes, I responded, hearing the impatience in my voice. But a superior who cannot make any decisions about the course the investigation is taking. I assume I have to accompany him anywhere he wants to go, supervise whenever he conducts interviews. Christine, Billman began, I chose you because I trust you. Yes, I need you to be my eyes and ears on this. I know you're disappointed, but you should try and see the positives. I knew I was behaving like a spoiled child. Billman was right. I should be honored that she had chosen me to take on such a pivotal role in the most important investigation the counterterrorism department had conducted for years. But it still felt like I was being sidelined. Fine, I told her grudgingly, just as there was a knock on the door. Billman called out for whoever was outside to come in, and I turned to see a very suave and attractive man who looked like he was in his early 30s enter the room. I was confused for a moment. This couldn't be the redneck Trump-supporting CIA agent. Could it? Mrs. Billman? The young man asked. I placed his accent as Boston or somewhere in New England. Not at all what I had expected. "It's Miss," Billman replied curtly. "Take a seat, Mr. Kern." The young agent, Kern, took a seat and smiled at me. I felt myself blushing like a schoolgirl and hurriedly looked away, just in time to see Billman raise an eyebrow in mock amusement at my discomfort. "Mr. Kern, I'd like you to meet Miss Christine Simmons." I groaned inwardly at the emphasis Billman had put on the "Miss" and turned in my seat to shake Kern's hand. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Simmons. I'm Jason Kern." "Call me Christine," I mumbled awkwardly, and Kern smiled, making me blush all over again. "I understand we're going to be working together?" Kern addressed the question to both Billman and me, but I answered, "Yes, that's right. I'm very happy to be working with you on such an important investigation. It sounds like you have a head start on us when it comes to this Al-Farouk." I knew I was making a fool of myself, but there was something about this man. All the work I had done to make Billman think I was a serious, hard-headed young woman, and here I was losing my cool at the first sight of a pretty face. "Yes, we have a lot to catch up on." He checked his watch, and I had the sense that he was frustrated to be stuck in an office when there was work to do. I knew the feeling and felt something like affinity for this stranger. We were in the same boat, after all. Perhaps babysitting this particular American wasn't going to be such a hardship after all. Chapter 2. Jason. As soon as the news had started filtering through on CNN about an attack on London's Diamond District, I knew it was Al-Farouk. Since New York, I felt like I had been waiting for his next strike, knowing it would inevitably come. My colleagues had all drifted away from the Al-Farouk theory, or were convinced that he had been seriously injured or killed in the last bombing. I had never believed that, and now, in the most awful way possible, I had been proven right. Even though I was scheduled for a day off, I had headed straight into the New York field office and taken my files up to my boss. Ahmed Al-Farouk, the terrorist we believed responsible for similar attacks in Tunis, Chicago, and New York, had disappeared off the face of the planet since his last video had been received a few hours after the bombing in the Big Apple. I knew my colleagues, and my superiors, were sure he had been killed in New York, but that just didn't feel right to me. Al-Farouk was clearly a mastermind terrorist, and a very dangerous man. I simply refused to believe that he was capable of accidentally blowing himself up, or suddenly deciding to kill himself in a suicide attack. After all, his videos were full of his promises for a caliphate on Earth. He wanted to be here to see the infidels wiped out, not in heaven with his 72 virgins. But now we had London, and this latest incident bore all the hallmarks of an Al-Farouk attack, targeting the wealthiest areas of a city to highlight the evil decadence of the West and our attachment to earthly pleasures over spiritual ones. It was either Al-Farouk or someone who thought of themselves as a disciple. Either way, I had to get to the UK and get in on this investigation so that I could be there when Al-Farouk was found. It took me an hour to persuade my boss to let me get on the plane to England. I even said I would take some vacation and do it on my own time, but, as he pointed out, that would mean me operating under the radar and unarmed, a state of affairs he knew I would never tolerate, and that the Brits would crack down on in an instant. Eventually he gave in and placed a call to someone called Billman, who he clearly knew pretty well. Halfway through the conversation, he nodded his approval at me, and I left to make my preparations. The next available flight from New York to Heathrow didn't leave for another 8 hours. Time wasted, but also time to make sure I was well prepared. Not just prepared with my Al-Farouk file, but also prepared with my excuses. Whoever this Billman was, he was going to have a lot of questions about why the CIA hadn't been sharing their toys with the other kids when it came to this case. The simple truth was that the guys upstairs had never really bought into Al-Farouk as a solo operator, assuming he was working as part of a wider group. Why pass on information to our allies that was likely to prove untrue, making America look stupid and ill-informed? National pride had a lot to answer for in these days of global terrorist attacks. Now it was beginning to look like I'd been right all along, and that we'd been withholding important information on the identity of the Chicago and New York, and now London, bomber from some of our closest allies in the UK intelligence community. I was going to have to go on a major charm offensive if I was going to be able to convince these Brits that we hadn't been withholding information maliciously, or because we didn't trust them, but simply because of a good old-fashioned screw-up. The flight to Heathrow was an overnighter, but I knew I wouldn't sleep. I was too keyed up, my mind buzzing with 1,000 different ideas, a million different strategies for finding Al-Farouk before he disappeared again. I was one of the first off the plane and was pleased to see my cover name on a card in the arrivals hall. At least the UK knew how to give their guests a good welcome. I finally dozed off for a few minutes in the back of the car, but even in my dreams I was chasing Al-Farouk. It was hardly surprising. This man had been a part of my life for over 2 years, ever since his terrorist attacks in North Africa had caught my eye during one of my first CIA assignments in Morocco. I'd written briefing after briefing about this guy, especially after the Tunis bombing, warning that he could become a major international threat, and it gave me no satisfaction that my warnings had come true. After he released a video claiming credit for the Chicago attack, I had asked for a transfer back home in the States, convinced, quite rightly as it turned out, that it wasn't the last we would see of him. The driver had to gently shake me awake upon our arrival at MI5, which wasn't the first impression I wanted to make. After waiting a few moments at reception, I was met by a prim, middle-aged woman who told me she was Billman's secretary. As we made small talk, it became clear that Billman was a woman. Forewarned is forearmed, I thought to myself as we headed up a few floors in the elevator. Much to my shame as a modern man, I had wrongly assumed the head of UK counterterrorism would be a man. As we arrived in Billman's office, the secretary took my coat and then motioned for me to go through an inner door. I knocked first, even though I knew Billman was expecting me. A voice called out for me to enter, and I pushed open the door. A middle-aged woman sat behind the desk, but there was a younger woman in the office too, with her back to me. All I saw of her at first was the shiniest strawberry blonde hair I had ever seen, cut into a neat and practical bob. As she turned her head, I took in the big blue eyes and realized with a wry smile that they were full of hostility toward me. Whoever this girl was, she was clearly my chaperone for the investigation, and she was just as clearly very unhappy about it. It has to be said that I was just as unhappy. Of course, I had known that MI5 wouldn't allow me to operate on my own terms in their backyard, but I had at least hoped to have been allocated an experienced agent, not some young girl who looked like she had barely finished her training. I wanted someone who might add some weight to my investigation, not hold it back. Things only got worse when she spoke. She was not only inexperienced, but very naive. She spoke like some giggling schoolgirl. The only consolation I had was that she was at least easy on the eye. "We have a lot to catch up on," I said in reply to her breathless monologue about how pleased she was to be working with me. I checked my watch. I had been awake for 20 hours. I was tired and grumpy, and all I wanted to do was get to work, not sit here and make small talk with some newbie agent. Billman asked me to get them both up to speed on Al-Farouk. The younger girl, Christine, she had asked me to call her, did the first sensible thing I had seen her do so far. She took out a notebook and pen, ready to jot down pertinent information. Distractingly, she also tucked her hair behind her ear, a charming gesture that I found difficult to ignore. "Okay," I began, trying to focus on the task at hand. "I first came across Al-Farouk when I was working for the CIA in Morocco. He operated against U.S. targets, embassies, consulates, even U.S. business in Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt." I paused while I took out my files. I knew his story backward and inside out, but I wanted to show them that I was taking this briefing seriously. At first, we were talking about civil disobedience stuff, vandalism, criminal damage. We didn't even know it was Al-Farouk at that point, not until his first major attack, a bomb in Cairo outside a bank with U.S. connections. That was when we received his first video. Real fire and brimstone stuff. U.S. get out of Africa and the Middle East. You know. He claimed credit for the bomb and for the previous vandalism attacks. Warned that the West would pay for its decadence and for its corruption of Muslim society. I motioned toward the water jug on the desk, and Billman poured me a glass herself. I nodded my thanks before taking a sip. There was another bombing in North Africa a few weeks later, in Tunis. That was his first fatality. A security guard killed at a jewelry store. The place was leveled. It was a much larger impact than the first bomb. The video this time was more restrained, but there was something new. This time, he said he would be bringing his holy war to the doorstep of the infidels. That was enough for me to try and bring this guy to the attention of my superiors. But there are so many on our watch lists, and he wasn't going after military or political targets, just retail stores and banks. He was way down the list of priorities. Until Chicago. I took a photo out of the file on my knee. It was a picture I knew all too well after almost 3 years working on the Al-Farouk case. A picture of the devastated storefronts and buildings in Chicago's jewelry district. 7 killed, including 1 firefighter, who died when the building he was checking for survivors collapsed on him. I was still stationed in Morocco when the Chicago attack took place, but I knew it was him. Same MO as Caro. Same target as the Tunis bombing. And when he released his video, I asked to be transferred back to the U.S. so that I could be put on the investigation. My boss had no choice but to say yes, given that I had brought this guy to him months before, and he had immediately dismissed my fears. I shook my head. That still stung. The fact that I had information that might have helped our guys prevent all those deaths, and had been stopped from doing so because of concerns about resources, or worse, because they hadn't even wanted to take my intelligence seriously. When I joined the Al-Farouk team, their main concern was how he had entered the country. Teams scoured CCTV at airports, even ferry terminals, but they came up empty. There was nothing in his file to suggest he was independently wealthy. In fact, he comes from a poor background, so our final conclusion was that he is either being bankrolled by a rich backer, or that he flew into Mexico and came over the border the same way all the illegals do. After the New York attack, the video said that he was going to continue his jihad against Western decadence, but we had no reason to believe that he was going to transfer operations to the UK. In fact, there are some at the CIA who don't believe Al-Farouk is responsible for the attacks. They think he is a fanatic who make the videos to take credit, but who is probably still living in Morocco, living out his miserable life. I watched Agent Simmons as she furiously scribbled down her notes. Her brow had creased during my last comments, and she took a breath as if she wanted to speak. "Yes, Christine?" I asked, thinking I would give her a shot to prove me wrong. But that doesn't ring true, does it? She asked, lifting her head and turning those amazing blues onto me. What I mean is, she went on, a little less confident under my scrutiny, that if Al-Farouk isn't responsible, then why isn't the group who carried out the attacks shouting to the world that he's a fraud? After all, the whole point of such attacks is to promote your cause, make sure people hear your message. If someone else is responsible, they should be drowning out Al-Farouk's stories with their own videos. I nodded in agreement. Maybe she wasn't as green as she looked. My point exactly, I told her, and she blushed a little. It was adorable. I went on with my briefing. Al-Farouk has been quiet for months since New York, the longest time he has been out of action. There were some who thought he had died in the New York attack, perhaps crawling off injured to some hideout that we still haven't found, but obviously the events of this week make that a moot point. Al-Farouk is very obviously alive and very obviously responsible for this bombing. Billman nodded and looked at Christine. The two of them were obviously close. I guessed that the older woman may even have employed the younger. Perhaps she saw something of herself in this eager, fresh-faced agent. It was Billman who broke the silence. We haven't yet received any statement or video from Al-Farouk, but according to your theories, that should materialize sometime soon? Absolutely, I replied, grateful that we seemed to be moving on to the current part of the investigation, rather than going over old ground. His statements are usually posted online within 72 hours of his attacks. I assume you have IT people monitoring the websites I sent you? Billman nodded in response. And until it comes in, the only evidence we have is what is at the bomb site itself. I suggest you start there, yes? Sounds good to me, I answered. Christine was rereading her notes, but looked up long enough to nod at Billman and to glance almost shyly in my direction. Perhaps we could get a cup of tea first, to talk through the evidence from the U.S. attacks in more detail, she said, although the question was directed as much at Billman as it was at me. I'm not sure that's a good idea, I responded. Christine's face fell. I've been awake for 20 hours now, so maybe we could go for coffee instead? Chapter 3. Christine. Jason and I left Billman's office and walked in silence to the elevator. Now that we were alone, I was suddenly tongue-tied, not sure whether to make small talk or to speak only about Al-Farouk. Either way, I felt as though this older, more experienced, somehow more urbane agent had the edge on me. He knew more about Al-Farouk than anyone in the building, perhaps anyone in the world. It was unlikely I was going to be able to add much to his understanding of the case. Not only had Jason surprised me by looking so different from the bullish and belligerent American I had been expecting, he had also surprised me with his knowledge and understanding of the situation. Almost 3 years of chasing Al-Farouk had made him a real expert on the man, and I realized that, for all my petulant sulking about being sidelined on this babysitting job, he offered the best chance for us to find and stop this man before he killed again. In the elevator, I suggested we get coffee to go and head straight for the bomb site. Jason agreed readily, and I took the opportunity to ask him if he'd ever been to London before. Only once, he replied. I had an English girlfriend back when I was in college. She'd come over to work as a counselor at one of our summer camps, and I'd met her in a local bar. Sounds fun, I answered, almost sulkily. This was crazy. I was behaving like some jealous girlfriend, and I had only known the man a few minutes. I had to keep my mind focused on the job at hand, and keep my attention very firmly off his gently waved black hair, steely gray eyes. It was no use. It was him that I was thinking about, not Al-Farouk and his victims. I was going to be no use to anyone at this rate, Least of all, Agent Kern. We bought coffees at the cafe just outside our office, and I headed for the parking lot where my Mini was parked. It was only as we approached that I wondered how this 6-foot-something American, with his rugby player physique, was going to squeeze into my tiny car. But somehow he managed it, and with a good-humored smile at that. That finally broke the ice, and we chatted about his home in Boston. I had been right about the accent, and, of course, what things were like in London in the aftermath of the Al Farouk bomb. I told him how resolute we Londoners were, that famous Blitz spirit and all. He found it reassuring to note that people were still going about their daily lives around him, regardless of the devastation that had happened just a few streets away. We parked just outside the exclusion zone and walked the few hundred meters to the bomb site. Forensics were still working on the scene, so we were asked to put on protective suits. Yet again, Jason's size caused problems, and his unflattering white plastic suit was rather stretched across his broad shoulders. I found my mind wandering again, despite my best efforts to keep it on track. As soon as we turned the corner to the site of the bombing, however, my mind was immediately focused on the task at hand. How could it not be, with the scene that greeted us? Although the forensic officers had been on the scene for almost 2 days now, there were still piles of rubble strewn across the roadway, each now marked with a tiny numbered flag, indicating that it was something of interest. I saw numbers in the 600s and 700s. My mind boggled at the job ahead of the police, ahead of all of us, and I was determined to play my part in bringing the man responsible to justice. Making our way toward the area most affected by the bomb, I stumbled on a piece of rubble that moved unexpectedly under my foot. Jason caught my arm, and I found myself holding onto him. "Careful now," he said with a smile, as he righted me and removed his hand from my arm. I absent-mindedly touched the spot where he had caught me. Brains, beauty, and he was a gentleman, too. I noticed that Jason was making his way quickly toward the buildings, which had been most damaged by the bomb, and hurried to catch up, keen to prove my worth as an agent, and to resist the distractions he seemed to be putting in my way. We arrived at the scene almost at the same time, and I waved at a forensics officer I recognized, who pulled down his face mask and came over to speak to us. "Jeremy, this is Jason Kern from the CIA." The forensics officer raised a curious eyebrow at me, and I shrugged in response, trying to remain casual. "Good to meet you, Jeremy." Jason pumped his hand so hard, poor Jeremy was wincing when he finally let go. "Mind if we take a look around?" "Sure," Jeremy replied. "Just, don't touch anything. We're moving the evidence out piece by piece, and it's taking a while. You probably want to start over there." He indicated an alley between the two buildings which had been almost flattened by the blast. "That's where we think the devices were planted." "I'm sorry, did you say devices? Plural?" I asked. "Yes, it looks like we had a conventional explosive bomb, which damaged the building infrastructure, followed by a firebomb." Jeremy paused, looking at his feet. "From the preliminary examination of the 4 bodies, it looks like it was the firebomb that killed them." We all stood silent as we realized the significance of Jeremy's words. They had survived the explosion, only to then die in a fire? I couldn't imagine anything more horrific, or anything more terrifying. "Thanks, Jeremy," Jason said finally, patting the forensic officer firmly on the bicep. "Come on, Christine. Let's see what we can find." We picked our way across the street, which was strewn with rubble and odd items which had clearly been blown clear of the shops in the initial blast. I spotted one of those soft velvet cushions that are used to display jewelry and part of a till, alongside what looked at first glance like the heel of a shoe. I turned away quickly, keeping my eyes on the ground where I was walking, and we soon arrived at the entrance to the alley. The two buildings on either side had had their walls blown clean away. Most of the detritus had crumbled inward, but a lot had ended up in the street we had just crossed. Inside what had once been elegant and high-end stores, everything was blown apart and burnt almost to a crisp. I had noticed the burning before, obviously, but without being an explosives expert, had to put it down to a fire caused by the bomb. Now that I looked closer, I could see that this was more than just the superficial burning that you got from fires. Things had been fused together in what must have been terrific heats. I prayed that the victims had at least been unconscious when the firebomb exploded. Jason, despite the warning from the forensics officer, was handling something he had found on the floor. "Look," he said, holding out the item for my attention. It was a tray of some kind, but whatever had been in it had been long destroyed. It looked like a piece of glass or a melted ice sculpture, with the odd piece of metal glittering in its surface. "Do you know what this is?" he asked. I panicked. I had no clue, but the last thing I wanted to do was look foolish in front of him, not only because I found him so attractive, but because I wanted this serious and committed agent to think of me as an equal. I played for time. "I'm not sure I've seen anything like that before," I responded vaguely. "It's diamonds. Burnt diamonds," Jason told me, and I was suddenly aware of how close we were as we both leaned over the tray in his hand. I could smell the faint cologne he had obviously put on hours ago, mixed with the not unpleasant smell of his sweat. It was driving me crazy. I swallowed hard and tried to concentrate on his words. "Diamonds burn?" I asked with surprise. "Are they not supposed to be the hardest substance in the world?" Jason smiled as he replaced the tray where he had found it. "One of the hardest, but they are also combustible. They are just carbon, after all." I moved backward, trying desperately to get away from the pull of his scent. "And how do you know so much about diamonds?" I asked teasingly. "I've been working with someone in the business ever since Al Farouk started hitting jewelry stores and diamond districts. He's a Brit as well, but he lives in the States now." Jason stopped talking for a moment as he looked around for any other useful evidence. "I contacted him after the first jewelry hit, and he's proven to be a valuable source of information." He turned to Christine. "I called him before I got on a plane and asked him to come over. I think we could really use his insight." "He is not CIA?" I asked. "No, just a civvy. Adam Warwick. One of the most knowledgeable diamond experts in the world, and he knows everyone in the business. He might be able to help us identify the site of future attacks." It was clear that Jason trusted this Warwick implicitly, especially if he was calling him about active investigations. I was wary of using outside sources. I didn't even trust my informants, only other agents. But, by the sound of it, they had been working together for years. I had to trust that Jason knew what he was doing when he put his trust in this guy, Warwick. Although my nose was a bit out of joint that he had already invited an outside consultant without the courtesy of asking me first. "You're probably tired," I said finally. "Do you want to check into your hotel and meet up again this evening at the office?" Jason absent-mindedly ran his hands through his hair, and my heart almost leapt into my mouth. "Sounds good." He smiled at me. "I bet I could use a shower, yeah?" Chapter 4. Jason. Christine was kind enough to drop me off at my hotel, even though it meant contorting myself once again into that ridiculous car of hers. She was very apologetic about it, though, and at least the laughter it caused broke the tension between us a little. It had been rough seeing the scene for the first time. It brought back so many memories of my time in North Africa, and of course of the devastation Al Farouk had caused back home. Christine had seemed rattled too. I guessed she was normally an office analyst, not used to getting her hands dirty. Well, she was going to have to get used to a bit of dirt if she was going to help me track down one of the most wanted men in the world. I did feel a little bad for showing her up at the crime scene with the burned diamonds. Truth be told, I think I was trying to impress her a little. I'd always had a soft spot for English girls, and Christine was about as English as they came, with her peaches and cream complexion, haughty attitude, and her crazy tiny car. We agreed to meet up again in a couple of hours at the office to go over the evidence that had been found and so that I could show her the previous videos from Al Farouk. She offered to pick me up, which was very sweet of her, but I told her not to waste her time driving me about and that I would get a cab. It crossed my mind that all this helpfulness was just so she could keep an eye on me, track my movements, weasel her way into my good books, and then report everything straight back to her boss. It did also cross my mind that it could be because she was as attracted to me as I was to her. Even amongst all the devastation at the bomb site, it had been difficult to keep my eyes off her, and when she stumbled and fell onto my arm, there was a part of me that wanted to take her in an embrace and kiss her. My hotel room was adequate, and I was pleased to note they had acquiesced to my request for a ground-floor room. It was standard tradecraft to always have an exit strategy in the event of difficulties, and a window to the gardens made an excellent plan B. Before I showered, I decided to check in with my handler, Thompson. He wasn't exactly my superior. His role at the CIA was to monitor agents in the field, keep them in the loop of developments back at base, and act as a conduit to the various departments, depending on what information came in from his teams around the world. I dialed the familiar number. Thompson answered after 2 rings, as always. I've often wondered if Thompson takes his phone to the bathroom with him, or if he ever sleeps. No matter what time of day, he always answers after those same 2 rings. "Kern, how's things?" he asked in his sonorous, almost soothing voice. "Good, thanks," I replied. "Arrived safely, made contact with the local authorities, and checked out the bomb site. It's definitely Al Farouk." "We know," Thompson answered grimly. "We received the video just half an hour ago." I closed my eyes and tried to control my breathing. "Why did no one call me?" I asked, barely keeping my frustration in check. This wouldn't have been Thompson's call. There was no point in getting angry with him. Don't shoot the messenger, as he often told me. "Cyber had to verify. You know what those guys are like." "Can you send it over? I need to see it, and I promise to share all my Al Farouk material with our local contact." "No problem. Your local a typical stick-in-the-mud Brit?" I could hear Thompson tapping on a keyboard on the other end and knew he was emailing me the video. A typical stick-in-the-mud Brit? In some ways, that was exactly how you would describe Christine Simmons, but there was something more to this girl, not just in terms of the intelligent way she approached the case, but in other much more superficial ways too. I had never known anybody with such searching eyes before. If she ever had cause to interrogate me, I'd confess to whatever she wanted me to in seconds. I felt like every time she looked at me, she could sense everything I was thinking. And given some of the things I had been thinking about her, well, I couldn't help but blush a little. "She's younger than I thought. She has potential, actually." "She?" I heard the gently mocking tone in Thompson's voice. "Pretty, is she?" I felt the heat in my cheeks, and, for some reason I couldn't quite fathom, I flat out lied to my handler, the guy who had kept me safe on countless operations and saved my skin on more than one occasion. "God, no." I responded with what I hoped was the right amount of disgust. Typical English girl, you know, tubby, bad teeth. Who was I trying to kid? Ah, well, they can't all be supermodels, Thompson said. There, video sent, should be with you shortly, allowing time for encryption. Thanks, Thompson. We'll speak soon. I hung up and retrieved my laptop from my suitcase. I plugged in the dongle, which gave me secure internet access, and fired up my internal email system. After a few hits of the refresh button, a new email from Thompson arrived. I opened the attached file and leaned forward to get a closer look. I didn't want to miss a single detail. As the screen flickered into life, I saw the now all too familiar face of Ahmed Al-Farouk. There were a few subtle differences from his other tapes. This time he was sitting in a chair, rather than the usual cross-legged position on the floor. Was he slumped a little? He certainly looked a lot thinner than last time. Perhaps he was unwell? Maybe he had been injured in the New York attack, as my colleagues had surmised. Maybe he was tired of being on the run. Tired men make mistakes, I thought to myself. Was his personal jihad running out of steam? His words were the usual unpleasant and incoherent jumble of Islamic quotes and warnings of hellfire and damnation for the infidels. At one point, he seemed to almost lose his train of thought, but after a brief pause, he continued his disturbed monologue. I watched the video again, this time checking the background for any clues as to his location, but, as usual, he was sitting in front of a bare wall with no identifying features. The cyber team would be pulling the video apart at this very moment, checking for any trace of IP addresses, filtering out background noises. Anything to help find Al-Farouk before he launched his next attack. I finally went into the bathroom and took the shower I knew I desperately needed. It was great to feel the hot water soaking my skin, washing away not just the filth of a 7-hour flight across the Atlantic, but all the worries I had accumulated since I first saw the reports of the London bombing on TV. Unsurprisingly, my mind found itself wandering back to Christine Simmons. I imagined her there in the shower with me, her pale, soft skin exposed to my touch. My eyes flew open. Focus. I couldn't waste my time daydreaming about Christine when there was work to do. I thought back to what we had seen at the crime scene and remembered what the tech guy had told us about the firebomb and Christine's astonishment at the burned diamonds I had shown her. Maybe it was time to give Warwick a call. If anyone could shed any light on what we had found, it would be him. He might know something about the business which had been targeted. My boss had always suspected that the persistent targeting of diamond merchants and jewelry shops was more significant than just hitting the West where it hurt, in our wallets. Perhaps there were links between the owners that no one had identified, financial troubles that were a secret except to those in the know. Warwick was certainly a man in the know. I stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around my waist, wandering through to the bathroom to make the call to Warwick. I checked my watch. It would be late morning in New York, perfect time to catch Warwick at his own prestigious office just off Central Park West. Jason Kern to speak to Adam Warwick, please, I said to the secretary who answered my call, and after a few seconds, Warwick himself was greeting me effusively. Warwick was a proper upper-class Brit, cut-glass accent and everything, but he had lived in the States for so long that he had developed some of our American habits, including enthusiasm for everything and everyone. Jason, my good man, marvelous to speak to you, Warwick said. Hi, Adam. How's business? Couldn't be better. How about you? Get to London safely? I'm here in my hotel room now, I replied. And what have you found over there? Apart from warm beer and cold weather, of course. Warwick laughed uproariously at his own joke. I tried to steer the conversation back to more serious matters. It's a bad one, Adam, and we have evidence to suggest it was Al-Farouk. Warwick was a trusted confidant, but there were lines I had to be careful not to cross when it came to operational intelligence. I wasn't sure what details MI5 or others had given to the press yet, and the last thing I wanted to do was become an inadvertent leak. So I understand. Everything burning like that is going to make your job harder, eh, old boy? Burning? I asked, confused. How did he know about the firebomb? I may not have been sure what information had been released, but I was pretty sure that was the kind of thing that wouldn't be made public until long after the relatives of the victims had been informed. Yes, I'm sure the fire will have destroyed a lot of your evidence. I know it'll have destroyed all the diamonds. Terrible business. I just keep thinking about those 4 people who died. Could have been my own staff, you know. Now my silence on the other end of the phone was complete. I was stunned and a little uncomfortable. How on earth did Warwick know that 4 people had died? As far as I knew, the number of fatalities and injuries had only been confirmed by forensics that morning. There was no way that could have been in the news already. How did you know there were 4 fatalities, Adam? I asked cautiously. He answered, though I could tell he was distracted by something else at the other end of the call. Think I heard it on the news, Jason. Is it not true? I paused. Warwick was a blusterer. There was a chance he had heard rumors or speculation on the news, or even among his own contacts in London, and then constructed them as fact in his own mind. I was overreacting. Too tired. I was seeing conspiracies in places where there were none. Warwick had been one of my most reliable informants for years, and he had helped immensely with intelligence on the diamond industry. I was putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 5, and all at a time when there were real villains out there to catch. I'm not sure, Adam, I countered. Only been here a couple of hours, not totally up to speed. Ah, of course. Well, you will let me know if I can be of any help, won't you? I knew that was my cue to hang up and leave Adam Allen Warwick to his enormously successful and enormously profitable work. My curious questions about the burned diamonds would have to be handled by someone else. Will do, Adam. And thanks. He hung up, and I was left alone in a silent hotel room. Chapter 5. Christine. I dropped Jason off at his hotel and headed back to the office. My mind was buzzing with what we had learned at the bomb site. The horror of those poor people burning to death just moments after believing they had survived an explosion was almost too much to take. Back at MI5, I headed straight up to Billman's office. I knew she would want to be briefed right away. She listened carefully to what I told her, but I could see that my news only brought her more questions than answers. I began to understand how Jason could have spent the last 3 years chasing Al-Farouk. The man was infuriating and terrifying in equal measure. After I finished speaking, Billman beckoned me around to her side of the table. The CIA received Al-Farouk's latest video a few moments ago. We've been given access to it, as well as his previous statements. Start at the beginning? I nodded my agreement. As we watched the first video, I felt my skin begin to crawl. Not because I found myself looking into the eyes of an evil killer, but precisely because that is just what I didn't see. Al-Farouk looked nothing like Osama bin Laden or any of the other countless jihadis he had inspired. He looked more like a scared kid than the cool, calm, and collected terrorists we had come to expect in these filmed manifestos. When we watched the next video, I noticed how much weight he had lost between the 2 clips, a pattern that continued throughout the 5 videos the CIA had received. The last clip was less than a minute long, and I asked Billman to play it again, Something had bugged me the first time I watched it, and I couldn't quite put my finger on what it had been. Was there something out of place that might help us identify where he was? What was it that was different about that tape compared to the others we had watched? It was about halfway through the third viewing that I spotted it. The beard was fake. I took over Billman's keyboard and tried to zoom in on the face, but the resolution was lousy, and we ended up unable to see a damn thing. I zoomed back out and focused all my attention on that youthful face. The beard was definitely a fake. It was exactly the same in all 5 clips. Exactly the same. The same length, which seemed unlikely unless all the tapes had been made at the same time, but then Al-Farouk's deteriorating physical condition showed me that that couldn't possibly have been the case. But it was also in the same condition. At the start, it matched Al-Farouk's clean, almost stylish appearance, but by the final tape, where he himself was skinny, dirty, and bedraggled, the beard still appeared clean and good as new, which was entirely likely if the thing had only been used 5 times, so that Al-Farouk could make his videos. I mentioned my suspicions to Alana, and we watched the clips again in order. "I think you're onto something here, Christine. You keep watching. I'm going to get a hold of my CIA contact on the secure line." Billman headed into the outer office where I heard her speak to her secretary. Meanwhile, I tried to focus on the face of Al-Farouk. I realized that if Jason had never had any doubts about his guilt, then the chances were that he had never really bothered to analyze these films critically. He would have been focused on trying to identify locations and clues in his words, not looking for evidence that might suggest he wasn't the Islamic extremist Jason believed him to be. Could it be that Jason was guilty of creating a narrative and then sticking to it? Could it be that we all were? I watched the most recent clip again. Al-Farouk looked as though he was terribly ill in this one. His cheeks were sunken, and the shadows under his eyes were as dark as bruises. I found myself staring into his eyes, as if willing him to give me a clue, to help me somehow. Wait, what was that? I used the keyboard to scroll the video back a few seconds. Was he falling asleep while he spoke? His eyes sometimes appeared to be closed for just a fraction longer than you'd expect, while at other times he appeared to blink normally. I watched again, but there was no discernible pattern to it. I called out for Billman, who stuck her head around the door. "There's something else here, I think," I said as I beckoned her over. "His blinking seems to be affected by something. It's sort of uneven. Sometimes it looks as if he's dozing off, and then he's fine again. Could it be a neurological condition of some sort?" Billman watched the tape over my shoulder, nodding as she saw the same thing I had spotted. "Something else for me to tell the CIA," she said with a smile. "Excellent work, Christine." Despite the seriousness of the situation in which we found ourselves, I couldn't help but feel a little proud, especially if I had spotted things the CIA, and Jason in particular, hadn't seen in almost 3 years of investigating Al-Farouk. I might find Jason incredibly attractive, but that didn't mean that I didn't also feel the same sense of competition that always emerged when you had 2 agencies and 2 agents working together. "Billman, I think we need to get our own guys analyzing this too, not just the CIA," I called after her as she headed back into the outer office. "Give the information to the Yanks by all means, but I want our techs looking at every aspect of Al-Farouk's behavior and speech. If he is ill, that might help us track him down." I watched the video again. If he was sick, maybe he was seeing a doctor or buying medications online. It was a long shot, but as far as I could tell, Jason and the CIA had tried all the usual channels. Maybe it was time to start thinking creatively. "You're right. I'll make sure our techs have everything they need, and I'll tell them that this is top priority." Billman's secretary appeared in the doorway. "Agent Kern is on the phone to speak to Simmons, ma'am," she said. I couldn't keep myself from smiling, and then noticed that she, too, was smiling broadly. Jason's looks obviously hadn't escaped the other woman in the office. I experienced an irrational feeling of jealousy, and I'm afraid I was rather rude as I pushed past her. "I'll take it at my desk," I told her. The red light on my phone was already blinking by the time I got back to my cubicle. "Jason?" I said as I picked up the handset.
"Hi, Christine. Did you get the videos we sent over?"
"Yes, thanks," I replied. "Billman and I have been watching them. We've spotted a few anomalies that I've asked our tech guys to look at." I was bursting with pride at my discoveries and couldn't wait to tell Jason about them. But, to my disappointment, he didn't even ask.
Great, great,"
he said vaguely, and then fell silent. "Is everything all right?" I asked, thinking maybe his jet lag was finally catching up to him.
"Yes, of course. Well,"
he paused.
"I've just had a bit of a strange conversation. Probably nothing."
"Is it connected with the case?" I heard him take a breath. He obviously couldn't decide whether or not to place his trust in me.
"Remember Warwick, the diamond guy I told you about?"
"Yes, of course."
"Well, I just spoke to him and he seemed to know a lot about the London bombings. Like, more than he should."
"Maybe he heard about it from his diamond contacts?" I countered, hearing the concern in Jason's voice.
"That might explain it if the information he had was just about which businesses had been targeted. But he knew about the firebomb. We'd only just heard about that a few minutes before."
I felt a chill run down my spine. Did we have someone leaking information? It wouldn't be the first time a chatty forensic tech had been duped by a member of the press, but I was pretty sure we only had our best and most experienced techs working on this case, given its importance. "Did he tell you how he knew about the firebomb?"
"He said he thought he heard about it, and the casualties, on the news. I don't know, maybe the U.S. press got hold of information from somewhere."
He knew about the casualties too? That was more worrying. No member of the team would tell anyone on the outside about casualties before the police had had a chance to inform their relatives. I knew this Warwick must be well connected, if Jason had cultivated him as a source, but it was worrying that he was so well connected that he knew more about our operations than most of our agents.
"Anyway, I'm sure there's an explanation," Jason went on. "Warwick has been a valuable informant and a good friend. Maybe there's been rumors around his contacts in the diamond business."
"I'm sure you're right," I told Jason, though I was far from convinced. "Are you on your way in?"
"Just waiting for my cab now. I thought we could take a look at the evidence your guys have already recovered from the scene."
"Sounds good. I'll see you in reception soon." Half an hour later, Jason walked through the door at the MI5 office. Even in a busy reception area, it was easy to spot him. He had changed into jeans and a smart shirt, and his hair was still a little damp from the shower. Annoyingly, I felt my heart skip a little when I caught sight of him. Annoying because I had been so determined to remain professional when I next saw him. We talked on our way down about the anomalies I had seen on the tapes. He seemed impressed with what I had spotted, but I could also sense a little frustration in him that he hadn't noticed that the beard was fake. It was understandable. Al-Farouk had been his life for years, and then I come along and in just a few hours see something he'd missed all along. "Sometimes you can't see the wood for the trees," I offered breezily and groaned inward. What a trite thing to say in the circumstances. This man was throwing me off my game completely. Finally, we arrived at the lab, where Fiona, one of the forensic team, was waiting for us. Jason was keen to see the diamonds which had already been removed from the damaged businesses. "All the smaller items are through here," Fiona said, as she led us down a short corridor. When we came to the door, Jason held it open and gestured for me to go ahead of him.
"Ladies first,"
he said. I spotted Fiona's expression and blushed. We were going to be the talk of MI5 before morning. Jason made a beeline for what he obviously recognized as yet more fire-damaged diamonds. He pulled on the latex gloves offered to him by Fiona and began examining the evidence closely.
"Christine, come and see this,"
he called at one point, and I trotted over obediently to his side. I had to lean my head in very close to his in order to see what he was showing me. He looked up to check that I was paying attention, and, for the briefest of moments, our eyes made contact. I don't think I'd ever been so close to someone without kissing them, and the urge to do that now was almost overpowering.
"You smell nice,"
he whispered, taking me completely by surprise.
"How do women do that? I bet you've been working nonstop for hours and yet you still smell amazing."
I coughed and turned my attention to the item in his hand. "So, what have you found?" I asked loudly, determined to at least appear professional in front of my colleague.
"Burned diamonds,"
he answered, smiling. Damn, he knew he had me rattled.
"But there's something a bit odd about these." "Fiona, was it?" he called over his shoulder. "We're sure these are diamonds from the shop?"
I turned, grateful for the excuse to escape Jason's pull. Fiona was looking confused. "Well, they were taken from the scene this morning, so yes, they must have come from one of the shops." Jason nodded, but he was looking thoughtfully at the burned mass as he turned it over in his hands. "What do you see?" I asked, unable to stop myself from drawing closer.
"I know your forensic guy said there was a firebomb, huge temperatures involved, but the effects would have inevitably been affected by the air around it. These look like they've been burned at a consistent temperature, something more like an oven or a kiln."
I found myself staring at Jason's face, not the diamonds, as he worked through his thought process.
"And did all the diamonds taken from the shop look like these?"
he asked, without taking his eyes off the evidence. "Yes, well, kind of," Fiona replied. That finally got Jason's attention.
"What does kind of mean?"
he asked. "Well, all the diamonds that were on display in the store looked like this, but we did find a pair of diamond studs on one of the victims that were almost undamaged." Jason's brow creased inquiringly.
"Show me,"
he said. Fiona left the room to fetch the earrings, and I was suddenly aware of how alone we were. The silence was deafening. "It hasn't been that long," I said finally. Jason looked confused. "Since I had a shower," I went on, realizing too late how very stupid this line of conversation was. He took a step toward me.
"I was just teasing,"
he said with a wink.
"And you know what they say about why boys tease girls."
I felt my face go crimson with embarrassment and delight. Part of me never wanted Fiona to come back in the room. Another part of me needed her to come back right now before I made more of a fool of myself. When she did come back, Jason was suddenly all business again. Fiona took a clear plastic evidence envelope and held it up to the light. Inside, you could clearly see 2 diamond studs. The metal they were mounted in, it looked like gold, had melted, but the stones themselves were perfectly intact and undamaged.
"At the kind of temperatures we're talking about, all the diamonds in that store should have been at least damaged, if not completely destroyed,"
Jason explained.
"So how come you little guys managed to make it through okay?"
Chapter 6. Jason.
I spotted Christine as soon as I came through the main door at MI5. Even after a shower, I still felt like a sticky, sweaty mess, And yet she managed to look like she'd stepped out of one of those period dramas the Brits loved so much. As we headed down to the lab, she told me how she'd spotted a few things that looked off in Al-Farouk's videos. I was cautiously impressed, but also a little put out. I had watched those videos hundreds, maybe thousands of times. Did she think I'd missed something? I tried to put my professional jealousy to one side. We were all on the same team, after all. But I couldn't help but feel that she was questioning my abilities somehow. Once we were down in the lab, I felt as though I was on firmer footing. My relationship with Warwick had made me, if not an expert on diamonds, then at least smarter than the average Joe on the street. I could see from Christine's expectant face that she was just waiting for me to make some amazing breakthrough in the case. I felt more than a little terrified that I was going to let her down. As soon as I saw the burned diamonds from the 2 stores, I knew something was wrong. These were all too uniformly damaged, almost as if they had been burned on purpose. Even if the firebomb they had used had been extremely powerful, the temperatures would have been lowered by environmental factors, and not all the diamonds would have felt the full force of the blast. Yet these looked like they had been, sort of pre-made. I wasn't sure what it meant, but I called Christine over to show her what I had found. As she drew closer, I couldn't help but draw in her scent. It was beautiful, clean and pure, just like her. I told her so, and she blushed scarlet. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. Damn near made me forget what I had to show her about the diamonds. Something was wrong with this picture. Somewhere there had to be diamonds only partially damaged by the firebomb. I asked the woman from the lab, who told me they'd pulled a pair of undamaged diamond studs off one of the burned bodies. That was impossible. If the bodies had been burned in the firebomb, then any diamonds they were wearing would have been at least partially affected. She went and fetched them for me, and sure enough, they were in perfect condition. "So how come you little guys managed to make it through okay?" I queried to no one in particular. I was met with silence. "This is all wrong," I told Christine. "Those diamonds are almost too damaged, whereas these don't have a mark on them. At first glance, I would say it was impossible they came from the same incident." I sensed rather than heard the lab tech about to start protesting. Obviously, I know that's not the case, but the evidence is creating more questions than answers, and I don't like it. Christine turned to her colleague.
"I suggest we get a rush job on the analysis of all the diamonds pulled from the scene, damaged and otherwise," she added, as she took the plastic bag containing the studs from my hand.
"I'd like Warwick to take a look at these," I said after a moment's pause. Christine looked at me quizzically.
"You can't take evidence from the lab, not during an investigation."
Now she sounded like a schoolteacher. "I could take photos," I offered. "He's a trustworthy source, and I don't have to tell him any more than he needs to know." Still, Christine hesitated. These Brits were such sticklers for formality. Me, I'd bend or break any of the rules to catch Al-Farouk. Eventually, she nodded, and I pulled out my phone and took a few snaps of the damaged diamonds. Christine was looking at the undamaged diamond studs, which she still held in her hands. "Why diamonds?" she said quietly.
"Why diamonds? I mean, it's an odd target for an Islamic extremist. Not political, not likely to cause maximum panic amongst the public. Doesn't really fit the profile for previous attacks."
"Al-Farouk always talks about the decadence of the West in his videos," I countered. "Our analysts have come to the conclusion that he sees diamonds, jewelry, as some kind of symbol of that decadence." Christine didn't look convinced, and I had some sympathy with her position. It had always seemed like a weak link to me at best.
"But we don't know that for certain, do we? And if his issue is with the decadence of the West, then at any point he could switch from diamonds to Well, banks or high-end fashion, fancy bars and restaurants, even movie theaters.
I put my phone back in my pocket and watched Christine. She wasn't just beautiful, she was a very brilliant agent. And what made her even more attractive was that she didn't know she was either of those. You could tell from the way that she hid her face behind that bob of golden red hair that she thought she wasn't pretty, and the tentative way she spoke her ideas out loud told you everything you needed to know about her lack of confidence as an agent. That confidence would come with time, but as for the other thing, well, someone needed to show her just how pretty she was before she hid herself away forever. The lack of clear motive, other than a hatred for the luxuries of Western life, it's one of the things that makes Al-Farouk such an infuriating adversary, I told her. And, of course, it makes it almost impossible to predict where he's going to attack next. To an extremist like him, the entire Western world is a target. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. I've been chasing this guy for well over 2 years, and I've always been not just one step behind, but 2 or 3. Always playing catch-up. He never makes a mistake. Christine came toward me and put her hand on my arm, raising those enormous blue eyes to meet mine.
He will make a mistake, Jason,
she told me with just a hint of a smile.
In fact, maybe he already has. Chapter 7. Christine. Jason wanted to get the photos he had taken of the diamonds sent to his man Warwick as soon as possible, so he decided to head upstairs to the office Billman had set aside for his use while he was in London. I found his relationship with Warwick perplexing. I had never met a man as confident in his own ability as Agent Jason Kern, yet he seemed to defer to this contact on so many things, doubting his own instincts and, worst of all, ignoring any troubling behavior, such as Warwick's intimate knowledge of the attacks barely 48 hours after they had taken place. It was easy for the lines to become blurred when agents had contacts they worked with closely over a long period of time. What starts as a professional relationship soon becomes an awkward sort of friendship, but one where the agent ends up keeping secrets from his or her friend. Maybe in this case, Jason had become a bit chattier than he'd intended. I decided I needed to know more about Warwick and about Agent Jason Kern. My career, and perhaps my safety, relied upon my ability to trust Jason, which meant I either needed to trust Warwick too, or figure out just what it was about their relationship that worried me. I headed upstairs myself and popped my head in the door of Billman's office. "Is she free?" I mouthed at the secretary, who was busy on a phone call. She nodded in response, and I headed in. "Anything from the lab?" Billman asked me as soon as I entered. "Maybe. Agent Kern wants to run a few things by his diamond contact first." I paused. "Something wrong?" Billman had always been able to read me like a book. "I have a few concerns about his contact. A Brit by the name of Adam Allen Warwick. He seems to have a lot of Jason's confidence without giving a lot back in return." I was unsure whether to tell Billman about the detailed information Warwick had about the London bombing. Expressing my personal concerns was one thing, but if I suspected that someone, maybe even Agent Kern, was leaking information to an external informant, then the situation would soon escalate way beyond my control. I decided to keep it quiet for now. "He just seems a bit secretive about him, I suppose." I tried to sound as breezy as possible. "I assume we'll have a file on Warwick, and I was hoping to get access to it so that I could learn more about him. Perhaps I could also get our file on Agent Kern, too." I hadn't meant to ask for Jason's file. It was a last-minute decision, and I wasn't even sure why I'd asked. Was I suspicious of Jason's close relationship with Warwick? Or was I suspicious of Jason himself? Maybe the real truth was that I wanted to learn more about the man I appeared to be falling for quite dramatically. Billman agreed to have the files sent up to my desk, and I headed back there, stopping on the way to fill up on yet more coffee. Eventually, I knew I would have to sleep, but while Al-Farouk was out there, I was determined to keep going. Besides, there were so many troubling questions about this investigation. I was sure I wouldn't be able to calm my mind enough for sleep to come. I spent a couple of hours looking over the files on Warwick and Jason. Warwick appeared clean as a whistle, or as clean as someone working in the diamond trade could be. He had a couple of questionable contacts in the industry, men suspected of smuggling or involvement in the blood diamond trade, but none of them had been convicted, and it appeared, on paper at least, that Warwick had kept his own hands clean. He was Oxford educated, from old money, had never married, and had apparently devoted his life to his very successful career. He had money, lots of money, according to his financials, so it was unlikely anyone could buy him off, and there didn't appear to be much to blackmail him with. He was too much of a workaholic for a seedy personal life. Jason's personnel file was equally reassuring. Steady start at the agency, only making waves when Al-Farouk became a major target, and since then he had received commendations for his work on the investigation. I felt a strange sense of pride when I read his achievements, but I also felt relieved that my gut feelings about him were not entirely misplaced, just inappropriate for the workplace. Seeing as the files were a blank, I went back to watching the Al-Farouk videos. I think it was on my third viewing of the most recent video that something caught my eye. There was a strange sort of pattern to the blinking. No, not pattern exactly, but there was a uniformity to it. He either blinked normally, quickly, or he blinked slowly. There was nothing in between. I sat back. That almost sounded like it could be the dots and dashes of Morse code. Had Al-Farouk been trying to communicate another message to us all this time? I grabbed the phone and dialed the number for the hotel where Jason was staying, asking to be put through to his room. It rang, and I was about to hang up, thinking he had gone out for a very late dinner, when someone answered. "Hello?" I asked. Had reception put me through to the wrong room?
"What time is it?"
A very befuddled and sleepy voice said. No, that was Jason. I smiled. He sounded so different from his normal, slightly brash American self. "It's Christine," I replied, "and it's about 2 a.m. There was no response. "Did I wake you?" I asked cheekily.
"No, I just dozed off reading some files."
At the other end, Jason was slowly pulling himself together. I felt cruel. Jet lag was a bitch, but I knew he wouldn't want to sleep through my latest discovery. "I think I've spotted something else in the Al-Farouk tapes."
"Really?"
I had his attention now. "Remember the strange blinking I mentioned? Well, I think it's deliberate. I think it's Morse code." Jason was silent.
"But why would he be blinking in Morse code? Why not just say what he wants to say?"
That was the one thing I couldn't explain, the one hole in my theory. "I don't know, but it's worth looking into, right?"
Of course,"
Jason answered.
"So what's he saying?"
I didn't answer.
"Christine?"
"I don't know Morse code," I admitted eventually. "Well, I know a few key letters, SOS, that kind of thing, but not enough to translate a whole message." I heard Jason laugh on the other end of the phone.
"Are you at the office?"
"Yes."
"I'll be over in a few minutes."
Jason was as good as his word, and 20 minutes later he was being shown up to my open plan office, bearing fresh coffee and donuts.
"Early breakfast,"
he told me.
So, let's see this Morse code.
I glanced over at him. There was something a little teasing about his tone. Did he not believe me? I had probably pricked his professional pride by spotting it, but that was no reason to play down my achievement. Even if I was wrong, at least I was thinking out of the box. Given that he had been chasing Al-Farouk for years, it was probably going to take something unconventional for us to finally catch him. I played the second and then the third videos, where I felt the blinking pattern was clearest. As his health deteriorated through the last two films, the eyes were less visible, and therefore the pattern, if it existed, was harder to see. Jason was watching intently. After the first viewing, he pressed play again. Suddenly, he paled. "What's wrong?" I asked.
All this time, it was right there in front of us.
He answered cryptically. "What was there? What are you talking about?" He seemed to come back to earth at that point.
Look.
He began moving the video forward to a specific spot.
This is the video we received after the attack in Chicago, right? I think you're right about the Morse code. Here.
He pressed play and allowed the clip to move forward for a few seconds.
I'm sure he's blinking the word new, as in New York.
We both sat in silence as we realized the significance of Jason's words. "Are you sure?" I asked.
Pretty sure, but I want an expert to look at all these tapes right away, especially the last one.
I knew why Jason wanted the techs to look at the last video. If he was right, then Al-Farouk had been warning us about his future attacks all along. I called the techs immediately and told them about our theory. As soon as I hung up, I called Billman, who'd asked to be kept in the loop, no matter what time we got a result. We waited in silence for several minutes, until my phone rang. With a glance at Jason, I picked up the handset. "What did you find?" I asked.
"You were right,"
said the voice on the other end.
"Each of the last 4 videos warns about the next attack, city and date."
I nodded at Jason, who swore under his breath. "And the most recent clip?" I asked urgently.
It says, "Not my doing, please help me, Antwerp. Thursday, 18."
Thursday the 18th? That was only a few days away. Al-Farouk, or whoever was controlling him, was escalating. I thanked the tech guy and hung up. "It's not Al-Farouk," I told Jason, who shook his head in disbelief. "It never has been. But if we want to stop who is behind this, we need to get to Antwerp as soon as possible." Chapter 8. Jason.
I listened in disbelief to what Christine told me after she got off the phone with her tech guys. Had I really been so blind? Had I become fixated on Al-Farouk, fixated on the agenda that he, or whoever he was working for, had sold me in those damn videos? It had never even crossed my mind that there was anything other than Islamic extremism going on. The idea that there was something more sinister happening couldn't have been further from my mind. I felt ashamed, not only that I had failed to spot what had been happening, but also that I had been only too eager to buy into the idea that another disgruntled Muslim kid was blowing up our streets. I felt pretty stupid, to be honest, but also strangely proud of Christine. She wanted me to call Billman and explain the situation. I think she was trying to help me recover some shred of my credibility, but I insisted that she make the call. She deserved all the credit for this catch. From what I could hear of the conversation, it was clear that her boss was insisting that we go to Antwerp together. Even though my mind was focused on Al-Farouk, there was room for a little pleasure at the thought of having Christine all to myself for a few days. Christine hung up.
"We leave for Belgium tonight. Billman is going to arrange a private plane for us. Can you go to the airport as you are?"
I looked down at my outfit. I had my gun in my shoulder holster, That was all I needed. I guess so. What about you? Don't you need to pack? She shook her head. A woman who traveled light. Hallelujah. I decided to call Warwick from the car to see if he had anything useful for me on the diamonds. It was late at night in the States, but he would still be awake. Sure enough, he answered after a couple of rings. Jason, my boy, how are you? Good, I replied, just checking if you have any thoughts on those photos I sent you. What's the rush? I've been at dinner all evening, but I can take a look now if it's urgent. Not urgent, exactly, but it would be useful to get your insight before we leave. Leave? Warwick asked casually. Yes, we have some intel on the next attack and we're on our way there now. I noticed Christine watching me oddly. How terrible, Warwick replied. I do hope you managed to catch the little bastard. UK again, or is it back in the States? Neither. Antwerp. Out of the corner of my eye, I was sure I saw Christine shake her head. Warwick laughed ironically. Antwerp. Diamonds. Makes sense. Well, good luck, Jason. I'll let you know if I see anything useful in those snaps you sent me. Billman was waiting for us with papers for the Belgian authorities. They had been warned of our arrival and were more than happy for the assistance, apparently. Interagency working was obviously much smoother in Europe than in the U.S. The pilot nodded hello from the cockpit as we got on board and then closed the door, leaving Christine and me alone in the main cabin as we took off. She was quiet, even for her. Something wrong? I asked. She smiled weakly. I just keep thinking about this guy, Al-Farouk, or whatever his name is. Not only has he been made public enemy number 1, but clearly, whoever has him is treating him terribly. And this has been going on for almost 3 years. She suddenly looked over at me guiltily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... I moved to the seat next to her, ignoring the fasten seatbelt sign. If you couldn't ignore the rules on a private jet, when could you? I know what you meant, and you're right. For years, I've treated this guy as a run-of-the-mill terrorist. It would never even have crossed my mind to think of him as the victim. It took your fresh approach to help me see what I've been missing. Christine looked up, and I could see that those deep blue eyes were brimming with tears. Goddamn, the damsel in distress thing turned me on every time. You think he's a victim? She asked quietly. I'm afraid we have to consider that option, I replied. That poor man, Christine said, and I felt her move toward me. Was she seeking comfort or something more? I looked over at the cockpit, where the door remained resolutely closed. For all intents and purposes, we were alone up here. I lifted Christine's head from my shoulder and leaned in toward her, placing a soft kiss on her lips, then another. I waited, giving her the chance to draw away, to tell me to get lost, but she did neither. I kissed her again, and she responded. We kissed passionately as I maneuvered her to a prone position on the small sofa where we had been sitting, before running my lips down her neck, delivering soft kisses here and there, and enjoying her gasps of pleasure. I lifted myself up on my arms so that I could look at her lying beneath me. Are you sure you want this? There was a moment of hesitation, but then she nodded shyly, biting her lip as she did so. I felt myself begin to harden. It was always the shy, quiet ones that got me going. I slowly peeled off her shirt, kissing the swell of her breasts, which were just as soft as I had imagined. She was wriggling out of her pants, but she seemed hesitant to take off my clothes. I gave her a hand with that, and soon we were lying in each other's arms in just our underwear. My cock was so hard now, and Christine gave me a shy smile when she saw it, as if she were surprised that she could excite a man to that extent. This girl really had no idea what she was doing to me, and that just made her even sexier. I went back to kissing her and slipped a hand inside her panties. She moaned softly as my fingers ran over her sex, which was wet and ready for me. I roughly pulled down her underwear, kissing her hard as I slipped off my boxers. Lifting myself up on my arms once more, I positioned myself, put on a condom I had set aside, and then slowly entered her. I wanted to see her face as she felt me slide inside her, and it was as beautiful as I'd imagined. This was not yet making love. This was lust, pure and simple. The result of a day of sexual tension, a day of intense pressure. We both needed the release, and boy, did we get it. Within just a few thrusts, I saw the telltale flush of red on her breasts and face, which told me she was about to come, and when she started making louder noises of pleasure, I knew it wouldn't be long before I reached my climax too. Afterwards, we lay on the cramped sofa, soaked in sweat. I went to kiss her, but she pulled away awkwardly, grabbing her shirt from the floor to try and cover herself. "What is it?" I asked, confused and a little worried. Was this not what she'd wanted?
That was amazing, Jason. Thank you. But, well, I don't know if it's the best thing to do when we're working together.
Now a little embarrassed, I, too, started to pull on my clothes. I thought there was a real connection between me and this girl, and now she was giving me the brush off? But as I sat in my own seat for the rest of the flight, I thought about what she'd said. Perhaps she was right. Neither of us needed the distraction while we were hunting Al-Farouk, or whoever had been pulling his strings all this time. I watched her staring out of the window as we came in to land in Antwerp. There would be plenty of time after we caught Al-Farouk.
Chapter 9. Christine. I had just been looking for reassurance, someone to tell me that we were going to be able to help this poor guy, Al-Farouk, who I was more convinced than ever was clearly just a patsy for this whole string of attacks. I should have known better than to look for comfort from a man I found attractive and who had been flirting with me since we met. Looking back, it was inevitable that we would end up having sex, even though I was sure it was the last thing I'd wanted to happen, especially on a plane when the pilot could have interrupted us at any time. That just wasn't me at all. My friends would never believe me in a million years if I told them I'd joined the Mile High Club with a handsome CIA agent on a private jet. It sounded like something out of a novel, not something that happened in real life. That's not to say I didn't enjoy the sex. In fact, it was the best sex I'd ever had. Not that that was saying much. I'd only slept with 2 other guys, my high school boyfriend, who was as nervous as I was to lose our virginity, and a friend who I thought I was in love with, but who turned out to be in love with his ex, still, and who was terrible in bed anyway. Jason was so different, confident, commanding, even a little rough, and to my surprise, I found I'd liked it. If I was honest, this was the first time I'd ever had an orgasm, and I finally understood what all the fuss was about. Unfortunately, real life kicked in pretty soon afterwards, as I realized the significance of what we had just done. Aside from agency rules about fraternization, this was going to make working together so difficult, just at the time when we needed to be more focused than ever. One of us needed to be the sensible, grown-up one here, and I decided it might as well be me. That was amazing, Jason. Thank you. But, well, I don't know if it's the best thing to do when we're working together. He looked so crestfallen. I felt terrible and almost took back my words, but I knew I was doing the right thing. We had a tiny window in which to prepare for Al-Farouk's next attack. After that, we'd have all the time in the world. As we started our descent to the Antwerp airfield, I sat gazing out of the window, watching the lights below come closer and closer. I could still feel him inside me, what it had felt like when that wave of pleasure had swept over my whole body. I needed to feel it again, but we had work to do first. Chapter 10. Jason.
We disembarked the plane together, but Christine could have been a million miles away. There was a definite divide between us, and nothing could break through. She was suddenly all business. Not even my terrible attempts at humor could crack her professional veneer and force a smile. I decided to take my lead from her. After all, we were here with a job to do, and not just any job, but one that could save the lives of dozens of people and take a dangerous criminal off the streets. I tried to keep my mind focused, but it was difficult when I could still smell Christine on my skin, and more than once I found myself staring at her as we made our way through the cursory security check and into the waiting car. "Are you okay?" I asked once we were alone in the car.
"Of course,"
she answered curtly. "If I've done something to upset you," I began, waiting for her to interrupt with her protestations, but she said nothing. She just stared at the floor, her face flushed with embarrassment. I began to realize what I might be dealing with. This wasn't about us. It was about her. I should have realized when she was so shy and awkward during our lovemaking. She wasn't as experienced as I had imagined or expected her to be. I'd forgotten that some pretty girls don't realize just how pretty they are. To some men, like me, that's a turn-on. Others see them as fragile and steer clear. I looked over at Christine. Boy, the men in the UK didn't know what they were missing. I smiled to myself as I looked out the window. I guess I should be flattered that someone like Christine had let herself go with me. For me, in a sense. I wasn't sure what it meant, but I knew that I should treat it as a gift, and that, like any gift, it was rude to keep pressing for another one. Part of me wanted to sweep her into my arms right away and tell her not to doubt herself ever again, but another, more practical part of me knew I needed to give her the time she needed to process everything. And then, of course, I also needed to make sure that her sharp-as-a-tack mind was focused on Al-Farouk. She'd made more breakthroughs in the case in 12 hours than I had in 6 months. It would be selfish of me to distract her with persistent flirtation when everyone needed her mind on the job. We were coming into the center of Antwerp now. It was a small city, known mainly for its flourishing diamond trade, and was home to several stores and even a few high-level brokerages. If I'd been thinking straight, it was absolutely the most logical place for an Al-Farouk attack. I cleared my throat. "I guess my granddad must have fought around here during the Second World War," I said. Christine looked up at me, surprised.
"Your granddad fought for the Allies in World War II?
"Well, it's not as if he fought for the Nazis." Finally, I coaxed a smile out of her. "How about your family?" Christine shook her head.
"My granddad was too young for the war, but he did national service in Germany about the time the Berlin Wall was going up."
"Tough times," I went on. "I remember my mom telling me stories about the 1960s. She always said the fear of nuclear war was so real back then. It wasn't a question of if, but when." Christine said nothing. "My mom died a few years ago, from cancer." I went on, not even sure why I was telling her this.
"Mine too. Well, she died last year, actually."
Christine was giving me her full attention now.
"She made it to see me become an MI5 agent. Proudest day of her life," she said.
"I bet. My mom brought me up by herself. I'm sure she's the reason I'm such a stubborn son of a bitch." Christine laughed before turning serious.
You didn't know your dad at all?
I shrugged. He was around. I saw him at Christmas and the odd other times during the year. He married again, a younger woman. In the glare of a passing street lamp, I saw Christine roll her eyes. How about you? Did you have a good relationship with your dad?
Never knew him,
Christine replied.
My mom's life was kind of complicated around the time I was born. She wasn't really sure who my dad was.
I watched Christine intently. I really had been given such a rare gift. Not only had this beautiful and fragile girl given herself to me, but now she was opening up emotionally too. This was as clear a demonstration of trust as I had ever seen, and I had a responsibility not to destroy that trust. We rode in silence for a few minutes, but just as we pulled up at our destination, Christine flashed me one of her amazing smiles. We were going to be okay. The car had taken us straight to the Diamond District, even though none of the shops were open yet. The sun was just beginning to rise, and street lamps were flickering off one by one. Our local contact, a police officer named Henry, was giving us a guided tour of the streets and business in the Diamond District, so we could get an idea of the lay of the land. He was worryingly handsome in his uniform, and he and Christine spoke in French a lot of the time, smiling occasionally at jokes I was sure were at my expense. As we approached the final shop in a row of 3, my phone began to ring. It was Warwick. "Hi, Adam," I said as I answered. "Got anything for me on those photos?" "Even better, Jason," said Warwick. "I'm here in Antwerp to lend you my expertise in person." I was stunned into silence for a few moments, but recovered quickly to ask the key question. "How on earth did you get here so quickly from the States?" "States, dear boy? No, I was in Paris, on business. I'm sure I told you that." I racked my brain. I'm sure I would have remembered if Warwick had told me he was in Europe, too. Perhaps with everything that had happened in the last few days, it had slipped my mind. But that didn't feel like me. "Well," I responded hesitantly, "that's great, but I'm not sure what you can do. I mean, I can't have a civilian involved in a live operation." "Good God, no!" Warwick said in disgust. "I don't want anything to do with the rough stuff. Leave that to all you young chaps anyway. No, I mean I can introduce you to some of the local diamond merchants, help you gain the trust. We're a closed-off little group, Jason. Don't like outsiders." I relaxed a little. "That would be very useful, actually. Shall we meet for breakfast later at your hotel?" "It's a date," Warwick replied with a giggle. "I'll send you the details." I turned to Christine and cleared my throat. For some reason, I was nervous about telling her that Warwick was here. I sensed that she didn't trust him, and to be honest, he hadn't really given her any reason to.
"Was that Warwick?"
she asked, breaking the uncomfortable silence. I nodded. "He's in Antwerp." Christine said nothing, but turned and walked away to where Henry was directing his officers to their surveillance positions. Was I losing that precious trust already?
Chapter 11. Christine. Warwick was in Antwerp? Was this Jason's doing? He had looked surprised on the phone, presumably when his contact had told him where he was, but I couldn't be sure that it hadn't all been an act for my benefit. This Warwick was inserting himself into this investigation, my investigation, and I knew very little about him, except that Jason trusted him. But did I trust Jason? In some ways, implicitly. I had never told any of my colleagues about my mom's lifestyle, yet it had felt like the most natural thing in the world to speak to Jason about my unusual upbringing. And there had been our time together on the plane. The flight had lasted barely an hour, yet it had felt like such a significant moment in my life. If Jason wasn't as trustworthy as I thought he was, did that mean that I had let my guard down to the wrong person? Yet when it came to Warwick, there were just too many warning signs to ignore. And Jason, while he was clearly an excellent agent, just didn't seem to see them. There are none so blind as those who cannot see. And when it came to Warwick, Agent Kern had a giant blind spot. I thought you said Warwick was based in the States. I tried to sound casual, not confrontational, but that was difficult, given how angry I was feeling.
I thought he was,
Jason answered.
But apparently he's in Paris on business. He says he told me, but either he forgot to mention it, or I forgot that he did.
Jason was also trying to sound casual about the whole thing, but I wasn't sure if it was because he was hiding something, or if he was just embarrassed that his contact had shown him up in front of a colleague.
Anyway,
Jason continued,
he says he can help us, introduce us to diamond merchants who might not be happy to deal with the cops.
I furrowed my brow. We had a credible threat against a diamond store in Antwerp. Why on earth would any of the owners not want to cooperate with us? It sounded to me like Warwick was trying to inflate his own importance. Either that, or he had an unhealthy interest in knowing the details of our operation here. So what's your plan? I asked, trying to sound equally casual. I was going to make sure I met this Warwick, and if Jason tried to stop me, then I had to start questioning his own motives. Money did strange things to people, even people who should be above reproach, like a CIA agent. I didn't for a moment think that Jason or even Warwick were involved in what was going on, although that would explain why he had missed that Al Farouk was wearing a fake beard. But something just didn't sit right with me.
I'm going to meet him for breakfast at his hotel, he said. He says he wants to discuss the photos I sent him of the burned diamonds as well.
I queried. Don't you mean we? We are investigating this case together, remember, Kern? Jason looked startled and a little hurt at my use of his surname, but I wanted to show him I was not going to be pushed around on this one. I had been tasked with watching over him while he was on European soil, including reporting his movements and conversations to Billman. There was no way he was freezing me out of this one without a fight.
I don't think it would be a good idea, Christine,
he replied, emphasizing my name.
Warwick doesn't know you, and it's taken me months to build up this relationship. Besides,
he went on with something approaching a guilty smile,
it's hard enough to keep him on track at the best of times. If I turn up with a pretty agent in tow, I'll never get him to concentrate on the matter in hand.
I looked at him with astonishment. Are you seriously telling me you're not taking me to conduct an interview because I'm a woman? I shouted the last word so loudly that even Henry and his officers looked over. We were making a scene. I hated myself for being so unprofessional, for letting the situation get so far out of hand. You know what? I said suddenly. Go and meet your contact. I have important work to do, and he sounds like he's nothing but a blowhard anyway. I was so angry with myself for losing my temper, but I was also determined that Jason was not going to meet Warwick without me. If he wouldn't take me along willingly, then I'd just have to find a way to sneak along without his knowledge. I spoke to my new friend Henry about my plans, who turned out to be more than happy to help. I'm not sure what he thought I was up to, especially when I told him to keep it quiet from my partner. I think he thought Jason was having an affair and that I wanted the sound amplifying equipment he had promised to provide to catch him in the act. At least that was what his sympathetic face and paternal pat on the shoulder told me. That suited me fine. At least he didn't suspect that the real reason I needed top-of-the-line listening equipment was to spy on my partner. After we had finished up with our initial sweep of the Diamond District, Jason announced that he was going to Warwick's hotel for the breakfast meeting. He watched me carefully as he said it, obviously worried that I was going to fly off the handle again or make a scene. But I simply said that I would go back to the base with Henry, who caught my eye and winked conspiratorially. Jason didn't ask Henry for a car or hail a taxi, so I knew the hotel couldn't be far. I used all the tricks I learned in my basic training to tail him, using parallel back alleys and shop doorways where needed. Eventually, by a process of elimination and assuming that a big shot like Warwick would stay in only the best hotel in town, I figured out where he was likely to be going and headed straight for a park across the street, where I could sit quietly, unnoticed, and listen to their conversation. I was in luck. Even though it was a cool morning, Jason and the man I assumed to be Warwick took a seat outside. I say assumed to be Warwick because the man Jason was meeting was nothing like I'd expected. I had pictured an older man, fat and jowly from too many dinners at his favorite club. This Warwick was younger, slim, and actually quite attractive, in that floppy-haired upper-class sort of way. He and Jason shook hands amiably and took their seats, obviously very comfortable in each other's company. Warwick called the waiter over and spoke to him, presumably ordering breakfast. I wasn't sure, as I hadn't quite gotten my sound amplifier up and running yet. Desperately pushing buttons and sliding switches, I kept one eye on the two men across the road as they started talking. Damn, I could be missing vital intelligence. Finally, I heard a crackle as the system sparked to life, and I turned up the volume to maximum to make sure I didn't miss a thing.
"Did you get rid of her?"
Warwick was saying. This was not a good start for Jason, who responded with a laugh.
"I told her you'd be too distracted by her beauty."
Now it was Warwick who laughed.
"You besmirch my character, young man,"
he replied, pausing as the waiter brought out their coffees.
"On to business,"
Warwick continued.
"How on earth did they find out about Antwerp?"
Jason was quiet for a moment.
"My partner, Christine, she spotted that Al-Farouk was delivering messages in Morse code by blinking." "Was he? By God!"
Warwick responded.
"He's a clever devil, isn't he?"
The two men were quiet for a moment as they sipped their coffee.
"So what now?"
Jason asked. This was a different Jason to the one I knew. This Jason was deferential, almost unsure of himself. Either Warwick was his boss or Jason was scared of him. Either situation put the investigation at risk, especially if Warwick really did know more than he was letting on.
"We've cased the area for suitable surveillance spots, but we're going to need access to the shops,"
Jason told him. I felt anger building up inside me. What did he think he was doing, telling a civilian the details of a secret and very live operation? Even if Warwick was clean as a whistle, he shouldn't be in possession of that kind of information.
"Understood,"
Warwick replied.
"You know, need to do."
Damn, I had lost the signal for a few seconds just as a truck passed by. What had he said? Did Warwick need to do something, or had he been giving instructions to Jason? And what kind of instructions could a diamond merchant be giving a CIA agent? Yet again, I had far more questions than answers, but these new questions put Agent Jason Kern in a very difficult spot indeed. Whatever had been said as the truck blundered past, it signaled the end of their meeting. They said their goodbyes, and Jason headed off in the direction of our much more modest hotel a few streets away. I packed away Henry's equipment, keeping half an eye on Warwick, who simply sat in the morning sunshine calmly drinking his coffee. He looked like he didn't have a care in the world, and I needed to know if that was true. Time to speak to Jason. When I got back to our hotel, Jason was sitting on one of the armchairs in the small reception area, apparently checking his phone. I had hoped he would be tucked away safely in his room, so I could sneak the listening equipment upstairs without him ever knowing I had been using it, but even after our little discussion that morning, I could hardly walk past without even saying hello. "So, how was Warwick?" I asked.
"Fine. Keen to help,"
Jason replied. "And did he have any useful intelligence for us?" Jason looked up, puzzled.
Well, we would hardly discuss that sort of thing at a public meeting at a cafe,
he answered. My mouth dropped open, but luckily Jason had already turned his attention back to his phone. I could hardly stop myself from shouting my accusations to his face there and then. That was exactly what he had just done. With my own ears, I had heard Jason himself discussing secret operational details where anyone could have heard them. As far as I could see, there was only one reason he would lie, because he and Warwick had something to hide. I took a deep breath. Of course, I said as calmly as possible. I just wondered if he suggested he had anything that could help. Jason shook his head. I was about to head upstairs to my room to get rid of the telltale listening equipment when a sudden movement caught my eye. Was that someone on the roof opposite? Before I could speak, I heard the all-too-familiar crack of a bullet piercing the glass of the hotel window. There was a split second of silence before all hell broke loose. The receptionist and fellow guests started screaming, whereas Jason and I seemed to go into autopilot, our training kicking in without us even having to think about it. I threw my rucksack containing Henry's probably very expensive listening equipment to one side as we flipped over the sofa Jason had been sitting on a moment ago and hunkered behind it. I would just have to hope I hadn't broken the machine into 1,000 pieces, or at least that Henry would understand why I had to sacrifice his prized gadget. I was unarmed, as usual. Despite what you see in the movies, those of us in the intelligence services very rarely carry weapons. We tend to rely on our brains and the brawn of local law enforcement to get us out of difficulties. As I looked across to Jason to ask what we were going to do next, I saw that he had removed a handgun from his shoulder holster. Typical American, I thought to myself. Not much use against a sniper, I muttered. Jason turned his gaze to me in surprise. It makes me feel better, all right? I turned my back on him and got onto my hands and knees, ready to make a dash for the other end of the room, where the receptionist and 2 guests were huddled behind the desk, crying with fear. As soon as I darted from cover, there was another shot. It missed me by a mile and pierced the elevator doors with a metallic clang, but I still heard Jason shout out my name in horror. I got to the shelter of the reception desk and tried to figure which of the 3 civilians was in the best state to listen to my instructions. The receptionist was hysterical, screaming something over and over in French that even I couldn't understand. The husband of the couple who had been in the process of checking in was absolutely ashen-faced with shock. Only his wife was staring about her alertly, as if looking for the escape route I had come to help them find. I need you to go into the back office and lock the door, I told her clearly, taking hold of her shoulders in a bid to make sure she was paying complete attention to every word I said. I didn't even know that she understood English. If it doesn't lock, barricade yourselves in with anything. Use the furniture if you have to, and then phone this number. I gave her Henry's card with his mobile number scribbled on the back. And tell him Christine and Jason are being targeted by a sniper. She looked at me in total panic. Say that back to me, I commanded. I needed to be sure that she understood. I needed to be sure that she was going to call the cavalry. If Henry and his team didn't get here soon, I wasn't sure how far Jason's handgun would get us against a rooftop sniper. Barricade in the office, she replied, speaking with a slight German accent. Call this number and tell them Christine and Jason are under attack by a sniper. I nodded at her and pushed the 3 of them toward the back office and, hopefully, toward safety. Even if the sniper was targeting me and Jason, there was no guarantee that civilians wouldn't be accidentally hit. Anyone could end up hurt. Henry and his team needed to be on the scene quickly to clear the street and drive the gunman from his perch. I took a deep breath and made a dash back toward the cover of the sofa where Jason, handgun cocked and ready, was taking tentative peeks over the top and around the sides, clearly trying to identify the location of the sniper. Rooftop. Opposite, I said breathlessly as I made it back to safety.
What?
Jason bellowed over the sound of another quick round of gunfire, aimed this time at our meager shelter. I saw movement just before he started shooting. I managed to get the others barricaded in the back office, and I told them to ring Henry. I paused, pondering my next course of action. Take care of myself, or work with Jason to get us both out of here. I didn't know if I trusted Jason, but that didn't mean I wanted him to die. Besides, if he died here, there's no way I would get any answers. We need to get out of here, I said, finally making a decision. Better the devil you know, right? Jason nodded grimly and gestured toward the door to the staircase.
There could be stairs to the basement,
he volunteered. But there might not. We're going in blind, and going upstairs isn't a great alternative plan. We could just end up being trapped up there.
Jason looked frustrated. Well, what do you suggest then? Running out into the street?
He was right. This staircase, either down or up, was our only chance. We were sitting ducks here. The occasional shot still rang out in what was now an eerily quiet street. I strained to listen for the sound of sirens that would herald Henry's arrival, but they didn't come. Another shot hit the sofa, and this time we both felt the impact. Our shelter had taken a few direct hits and was clearly starting to fall apart. We were running out of time.
Time to go,
Jason said, who stood and sprinted low toward the door to the stairs. A bullet splintered the wood just as he disappeared through it. Jason! I called, and with a burst of energy I didn't even know I had, I sprinted after him, waiting for the inevitable searing pain as the sniper hit his target. It didn't happen, and I found Jason on the other side of the door, unharmed but panting heavily. He smiled and pointed, stairs heading down. You got lucky, I told him as we headed downstairs into what was obviously the hotel's breakfast room. We both froze as we heard a noise coming from a room off to one side.
Kitchen?
Jason mouthed at me. I shrugged. Surely any staff who had been in the building would have cleared out when the shooting started. We had to assume anyone who was still in the hotel was a hostile. Jason motioned for me to stay behind him as we made our way toward a door in the corner, which appeared to lead to the room from which the noise had come. Suddenly, I noticed another door off to my left, an emergency exit. I tugged on Jason's shirt in an attempt to pull him back toward safety. He shook his head, and I looked at him in confusion. He pulled me close to him, and the memories of our brief hour on the plane came flooding back into every cell of my body. He whispered in my ear,
You go. If this guy is staff, I need to get him out of here. If he isn't, we need to bring him in. He might have information we can use to get to Al Farouk.
I shook my head, but he pushed me away, mouthing, Go. I was torn. My head was crying out for me to take the safe option, to get out of here. I could make sure help was coming, I told myself. I'd be more use outside than in here, where I would just hold Jason back. I didn't even have a gun. My heart, on the other hand, said that I couldn't just leave Jason alone to deal with whatever was down here. I'll fetch help, I mouthed at him, and he nodded as I turned and ran silently for the exit. Once through the door, I found myself in a narrow alley strewn with dumpsters and empty boxes. I stood for a moment to get my bearings and then turned left, away from the main street, fumbling with my phone and dialing Billman's number as I ran. Chapter 12. Jason.
Sending Christine out of that emergency exit by herself was the hardest thing I'd ever had to do. All I wanted to do was keep her close, keep her safe. I had no idea what was waiting for her on the other side of that door, but I had to assume it was going to be safer than a rooftop sniper or a gunman lurking in a hotel kitchen. I couldn't believe that she was working on an investigation like this without a weapon. There was no way CIA agents would even think about stepping out of the house without their handgun. Brits were so squeamish about these things. Unarmed, she'd be nothing but a hindrance to me, and I wouldn't be able to do my job for worrying about where she was and whether she was safe. My only choice was to send her out of the hotel and hope that I could stop worrying about her long enough to deal with whoever had made that noise. I was beginning to understand why she had been so keen to put some distance between us while we were still working the case. It was distracting to work with someone you cared about. It affected your decision-making, your risk assessment, everything that you needed when you were working in intelligence. After checking again that my gun was loaded and ready, I moved slowly toward the door. As I approached, I noticed it was one of those swinging doors and realized I had been right about my kitchen theory. With a deep breath, I eased the door open a crack and tried to peer in. Nothing. No movement, no sound. I noticed I was holding my breath, obviously expecting the ping of a bullet at any moment. I slowly eased my way into the room, checking left and right for anyone lurking just by the entrance. Clear. There, I heard the noise again. Was that metal against metal? Perhaps the sound of a gun being reloaded? I crept a little further into the room and caught a flicker of movement through the myriad machines and piles of kitchen equipment. I couldn't get a clear look at who or what it was that was moving through there, and I couldn't risk firing off a round with all these metal machines in here. I could take myself out with the ricochet. As I inched closer, I couldn't help but regret some of the things I hadn't said to Christine when I had the chance, and some of the things that we had said to each other during our earlier arguments. I couldn't get over the fact that my last word to her might be, "Go." I jumped backward as the person responsible for the noise suddenly came into view and shouted loudly as I raised my gun. In the same instant, the poor kitchen porter dropped his tray of dishes in shock, shards of crockery and metal cutlery skittering across the floor. He lifted his hands as I lowered my gun and slipped it back into my shoulder holster. The porter slowly removed the giant noise-canceling headphones he had been wearing, and that also seemed to be pumping out dance music at top volume. They were clearly worth the money if they could cancel out the noise of a sniper attack and all that screaming.
"Que esse que vole?"
The young man asked, his hands in the air. Nothing. I replied. Gunman? I pointed toward the upstairs reception area. My French was terrible. I went to get my gun back out of my holster in an effort to illustrate what I was talking about, but that only scared him further. Allez! I suddenly remembered. Pas encore trouvé. He nodded and darted down a corridor. I pulled out my phone. Time to call in the cavalry. Christine would have called Billman first, so if I wanted to know that she was okay and get to her as soon as possible, then that's who I needed to speak to as well. I dialed Billman's number. The phone was picked up almost as soon as it started ringing. "Kern?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," I replied as I sank, exhausted, onto the floor of the kitchen. "I'm okay." "I just spoke to Christine," she told me, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "She told me you went after a hostile alone, Kern. That's against all protocol, and—" I cut her off. "It's okay, ma'am. No hostile. Just a kid working in the kitchen. I don't know who was more scared, him or me." "I want this done by the book, Kern," Billman scolded. "You're working under my supervision, and that means you work by my rules. Understand? Any more heroics, and I might have to reconsider this arrangement." "Understood, ma'am. I did contrition well. Is the scene secure?" "Yes, the Belgian police have the street sealed off. No sign of the sniper, I'm afraid." "Casualties?" I asked, thinking about the 3 people sealed in the back office.
Mercifully, nothing serious. A few bumps and scrapes from people running away. The sniper seems to have had a very particular target.
Christine and I had known that, though. Even without voicing it, we had known he was after us. We were getting too close to Al-Farouk, or whoever was behind his crimes. This attack, terrifying and worrying as it was also proof that we were very much on the right track.
I've sent Christine to a safe house on the other side of the city. I'm going to send you the details in an encrypted message, including a marked map. Follow that route precisely. It's different than the one I sent Christine. I need you to take a different route from her. It goes without saying that we are on full alert.
Of course, ma'am, I replied, a little puzzled. Did Billman think I was so green that I didn't know how to behave in these situations?
That means I don't want you to divulge the location of the safe house to anyone. Not any of your CIA colleagues or...
Billman paused.
Any of your contacts.
Of course, I replied grimly, very purposefully dropping the ma'am. Now I knew what this was all about. I'll make contact when I've arrived at the safe house. I hung up and pulled myself up from the kitchen floor. They suspected Warwick. Christine must have said something to Billman when she checked in. That could be the only explanation for my little reprimand just then. But Warwick was in town to help me, to help the whole investigation, in fact. What possible reason could they have to suspect him? They would regret it if they tried to keep him away from the investigation, I told myself. He had been a vital asset to me, and we needed him if we were going to penetrate the closed-off world of diamond traders and get their help to trap the team behind Al-Farouk. I started to head for the emergency exit, where I had last seen Christine, running through my mind the events of the last 24 hours. I paused outside the kitchen, realizing that if you didn't know Warwick as well as I did, then some of his recent behavior could seem a little odd, if not downright suspicious. First, he had known details about the London bombing that had not been released to the press, and that were still unknown to some of the agents working on the case. Then he had mysteriously turned up in Antwerp, claiming to have been in Paris on business, even though I was sure that he hadn't mentioned such a trip to me. It was just because they didn't know him, I told myself. If I could just see Christine and explain how much he had helped me, not just on this case, but in my personal life too, then she would understand that Warwick couldn't ever betray me. My blood ran cold as I suddenly realized that Christine's sudden awkwardness around me could be due to a lot more than just embarrassment about our liaison on the plane. Did she suspect that Warwick and I were in cahoots? That I was working with Warwick on something? Or perhaps that I was the one leaking information to him? That would explain a lot. I needed to speak to her, put her mind at rest. I received the text message with the address and a map to the safe house. Once I had memorized the route I was to take, I deleted the message and slipped out of the emergency exit and along the alley at the back of the hotel. By the time I made it to the safe house, Christine had been joined by a young officer from Henry's unit. We nodded a hello, and he very discreetly headed for the kitchen to make coffee, leaving Christine and me alone. "Are you okay?" I asked, sitting next to her and taking her hands in mine. She didn't pull them away, but I could tell she was uncomfortable.
"Jason, who knew we were staying?"
she asked. "Ah, so we were going straight to the accusations, were we?" "Billman and my CIA contact. Henry's team, maybe?" A silence hung over us. I knew she was waiting for me to say Warwick's name. I thought about bluffing it out, pretending I hadn't told him the name of our hotel, but when the truth came out, as it inevitably would, that would only make me look guiltier. Plus, I had nothing to hide. We had nothing to hide. There was nothing wrong with me telling Warwick where we were staying. It was hardly pertinent to the investigation. And I think I may have mentioned it to Warwick. Christine closed her eyes. "I know what you're going to say," I went on hurriedly, determined to get my say in first. And I know that he hasn't exactly made the best first impression, but, Christine, you have to understand how important this man is to me, not just professionally, but personally too. He's been a good friend through some hard times. Christine remained silent. I paused. I trust him, Christine. I really do. And I wish that you could trust him too, but if you can't... I left the sentence hanging in the air. Christine had opened her eyes again, those searching blue eyes. I felt as if they were taking my measure, and I wondered if I'd be found wanting. Suddenly it came to me. Meet him, I said.
You'd let me?
Christine answered with just the hint of a smile.
I thought you said I'd distract him.
I tried to smile too. Well, you would, but if meeting him will prove to you that he is who I say he is, and that you and Billman can trust him, then it'll be worth it.
Okay, I'll meet him,
Christine conceded, getting up and heading toward the kitchen.
That's all I want, Jason. When you tried to hide him away from me...
She let the sentence trail away. She was right. I hadn't helped my situation at all. Just don't let him charm you away from me, I warned her. He's a bit of a handsome devil. Christine laughed and looked as though she was about to say something, but she stopped herself before the words came out. What had she been about to say? That no one could tempt her away from me? I could only dream. I'll phone him now, I called after her, determined to show that I and Warwick had nothing to hide. There was no response, but I could hear murmured French conversation from the kitchen. I could have used Christine and her knowledge of the local lingo when I bumped into that poor kitchen porter. I used the secure line to call Warwick, careful to make sure I didn't break Billman's rule about giving away the location of the safe house, and more careful than usual with my small talk, just in case I inadvertently gave away details I shouldn't. I arranged to meet him the next day at 8 a.m. There was no rush to meet tonight. We still had 3 days until the purported date of the next attack, and both Christine and I needed a good night's sleep or we were going to be no use to the operation. Meet at my hotel again, old boy, Warwick offered. I paused. Was that the right move? Christine could see it as hostile territory. No, how about the main square? I countered. I had come through that way on my route to the safe house, and I suggested a little bar in the corner that I had spotted. Warwick agreed readily, which surprised me, and told me he was looking forward to meeting my pretty assistant. Not assistant, Adam, I told him with a shake of my head. She's a fellow agent, just like me. Oh, of course. Promise I'll be on my best behavior tomorrow, old boy. Christine came back into the room with a cup of coffee. It's on for tomorrow, I told her.
Not tonight?
She asked quizzically. I shook my head. I think we both need an early night. Christine took the back bedroom and made it very clear that she was sleeping alone. I trudged a little disconsolately into the smaller front bedroom. There was a new officer on duty downstairs, and he had spent an hour telling me about all the security measures the house had. Motion sensors, pressure sensors, CCTV. I think he was trying to put my mind at rest so I could sleep well, but I was so exhausted, I was sure I could sleep through a full armored assault. As soon as he let me go to my bed, of course. About 2 a.m., I heard the door to my room creak open and I sprang to attention, feeling under my pillow for my gun.
It's Christine,
a voice whispered, and I relaxed. I can't sleep. What did she want me to do? I was terrified of frightening her off, but at the same time, I still wanted her just as much as I had on the plane, if not more. Do you want to get into bed with me? I asked tentatively, and heard her come closer before she lifted the cover and slipped into the bed beside me. She was wearing an oversized t-shirt, but her legs were bare, and I felt myself break out into goosebumps every time our bare flesh touched.
I just want to cuddle,
she told me sternly, It was the cutest thing I had ever heard in my life. I held her in my arms, spooning her gently from behind, and planted a quiet kiss on her head. Once I heard her breathing slow and even the odd, gentle snore, I knew she was safely asleep and that I could allow myself to finally rest, too.
Chapter 13. Christine. I awoke alone and heard the sound of voices downstairs. It must still be early, I thought, or Jason would have woken me for our meeting with Warwick. I took a quick shower, hardly worth it, seeing as I was dressing in the same sweaty, dusty clothes as I had been wearing yesterday, but I felt better for it, and headed downstairs. The same officer who had been at the house the previous afternoon was there again, having brewed another pot of his excellent fresh coffee.
"Good morning."
Jason greeted me with a smile. He looked a little too pleased with himself. I hated myself for being weak last night and ending up in his bed, but at least I could be proud that I hadn't weakened completely. It had been difficult to fight my urges when I was lying in his arms, and I couldn't get what had happened on the plane off my mind until I had drifted off to sleep. "Morning," I replied, pouring myself a cup of coffee.
"Luke and I have been discussing the best route to the main square, the one that avoids the busiest and the quietest streets. We figure they're going to be the most dangerous if whoever attacked us yesterday is still in town."
I nodded my agreement. "We'll have to go soon, right?" I asked Luke, whose local knowledge we relied upon. He checked his watch and gave a Gallic shrug, which I took to mean yes, unless we didn't mind being late. I certainly didn't want to be late. I didn't want to give Warwick any excuse to avoid meeting me. I picked up my jacket and headed for the door, forcing Jason to trot after me.
"Au revoir,"
he called to Luke, and I cringed at his terrible accent. Outside, I let Jason lead the way. To be fair, they did seem to have picked a good route. Mainly residential streets, with few high buildings that offered any kind of vantage point for snipers. It became harder once we got into the older part of Antwerp, where the streets were packed closer together, and where there was no shortage of dark alleyways where gunmen could lurk. We walked onto the main square, and Jason had just turned to give me a smile, as if to say, "We made it," when I heard the first gunshot. His smile froze on his face, and the two of us automatically darted for cover into a nearby shop. I peered through the window, and, with a sick twist of my stomach, saw that there were at least 2 people lying motionless on the ground. Those deaths were on us, I had time to think, before I realized that Jason was calling my name. As I turned to him, he threw me a handgun, which I caught awkwardly. I was trained in using weapons, of course, but I spent most of my time in intelligence and analysis. Public shootouts were not my forte.
"I got that for you from Luke,"
Jason whispered.
"Just in case."
Just in case? Who wanders around with extra guns just in case? I began to wonder if he had suspected or even known that we were going to be attacked again. Warwick, maybe? "Is this Warwick?" I whispered as furiously as I dared. Jason's response was to put his finger to his lips, which only infuriated me further, until I saw that he was pointing out into the square. The sniper had come down from his hiding place and was now standing in the middle of the abandoned square. He now held a handgun and was heading in our general direction, though it was clear from the way he was swinging his weapon from side to side that he wasn't completely sure where we were hiding. "Is this Warwick?" I asked again, more urgently. Jason looked at me, sadly.
"Christine, I know you don't believe me, but this—"
He gestured out of the window with his gun.
"It can't be him. I mean, I can believe he'd get secret information from contacts, but sending hitmen after CIA and MI5 agents? That's the work of master criminals. And he's my friend," Jason went on, keeping a cautious eye on the approaching gunman. Why on earth would he put me in danger like this?
We need to split up, I told him, putting the argument on the back burner temporarily. Jason shook his head.
No way.
Yes way, I replied mockingly. One gunman, two of us. We run out of here and head in separate directions. It'll buy both of us time. I paused. And maybe he isn't your friend? Have you thought of that?
Really?
Jason answered.
You think now is the right time for this conversation?
I was so angry I couldn't even reply. We waited in silence as the gunmen got closer.
You go left, I'll go right,
Jason said finally.
On my signal. And Warwick is my friend.
He took a breath.
Now.
Jason burst through the door and sprinted to the right, firing off a couple of rounds as he ran. I went left and did the same thing, though I was angry that he'd had to have the last word. There was the entrance to an alley just a few steps away that would get me into the back streets of the old town, and from there I could easily lose the gunman. I suddenly felt a sting as a bullet grazed my arm, and I cried out in pain.
Christine!
I heard Jason call. Flesh wound! I managed to shout as I almost fell into the alley. Keep going, Jason! I heard a few more gunshots, then everything went quiet. I crept down the alley I had entered and then back up another one, which also opened onto the main square, so I could watch what was happening. There was no sign of Jason, but the gunman was still in the middle of the square, looking around hopelessly, like a toddler who had lost his mother. We all heard the approach of sirens at the same time, and he darted off toward the far corner of the square. I checked my gun, Luke's gun. 2 bullets left, enough for me to give chase to the gunman and find out once and for all who was behind all this? Absolutely. For someone trying to evade detection by the authorities, the gunman made very little effort to keep himself hidden. He seemed to favor speed over secrecy, which suited me fine. Even with a bullet graze on my arm, I could outrun a guy in full sniper gear any time. Once or twice I had to duck into a doorway or the shade of a building when he looked around, but they were cursory checks, and it was clear that whoever this guy was, he hadn't been trained in covert surveillance, or how to avoid it. That meant he wasn't intelligence or former intelligence, unlikely even to be former military. The chances were I was dealing with a common criminal who had somehow found himself going up in the world. I fancied my chances at outsmarting a bunch of street thugs. A few streets away from the square, he slowed to a walk and pulled off his balaclava. No wonder I had been able to keep up with him so easily. The guy was in his 40s, maybe even his 50s. Glancing at the severe haircut, I wondered if he was ex-military after all, but he was certainly not in the kind of shape he had enjoyed in his youth. With a last check around the street, which I avoided by hiding behind an advertising board, he ducked into the front door of a large but slightly ramshackle house. It had clearly once been something grand, but had definitely seen better days. I began to doubt my own suspicions. Did this look like the kind of place an elegant Brit like Adam Warwick would choose for his hideaway? Holding my gun in my uninjured but weaker arm, I slipped inside the same doorway and stood quietly, trying to get a feel for where I was in the house, and where he was. I could hear voices to the left, arguing, probably the gunman and whoever was in charge. After all, things seemed to have gone a little pear-shaped for this particular gang at the main square that morning. I decided to try the other direction first. With all the police on the streets, they weren't going anywhere for a while, but I wasn't sure if I was in any fit state to take on 2 armed men. I turned my phone onto silent and tried dialing Jason. Strength in numbers, I thought, and I was pretty sure I could direct him to the hideaway house. No answer. Had he been hurt? Or worse? I hung up, trying to slow my breathing. No time to think about that now. There was a noise somewhere ahead. I lifted my gun cautiously. Not voices, though. Was that someone crying? I moved a few steps closer. Yes, that was someone crying. Did they have someone held here? I stepped into the room and saw possibly the most unlikely scene I could ever imagine. Ahmed al-Farouk, terrorist scourge of the Western world, was lying alone on a stained and grimy mattress, tears rolling down his very unbearded face. "Al-Farouk?" I said softly. No response. I moved closer and touched him gently on the arm. He jerked back from me as if my touch burned his skin. This man was very sick, and now that I looked closer and saw his dilated pupils and the waist around him, I realized just what was wrong. Ahmed al-Farouk was out of his mind on heroin. I couldn't even begin to contemplate what was going on here. The only thing I did know for certain was that my hunch, all my hunches, had been correct. Al-Farouk had been responsible for none of the atrocities that had been committed in his name. Ahmed al-Farouk probably wasn't even his real name. He had been used as a patsy, a convenient brown face to take the rap for a series of crimes that we now had to look at all over again, given that Islamic extremism seemed to be a very unlikely motive. I leaned closer to him. The stench was horrendous. "Ahmed," I said softly, "I'm here to get you out. Can you stand?" He was trying to speak, but I couldn't understand a word he said. I sat back on my heels so that my eyes were level with his. "What are you saying?"
"Aquil," he murmured. "My name's Aquil."
"Okay, Aquil," I said as I tried to help him to his feet. "I'm Christine, and I'm afraid I've got a bit of an injured arm, so it'd be great if you could try and help me out here so that I don't have to pull you up by myself." Aquil stumbled to his feet. I tucked the gun in my pocket and took out my phone instead, all the while moving him slowly and cautiously back the way I had come, and toward the exit. I could hear more voices now, and I had to check several doorways to make sure it was clear before we made it to the street. Jason was still not answering, but I didn't have time to worry about him just yet. My priority had to be getting me and Aquil out of here safely, and figuring out what the hell had been going on. I called Billman instead, who was thunderstruck by the garbled story I told her, but said she would arrange for Henry's unit to get to me, if I could just manage to get a few streets away from the building. Of course, they would want to mount an assault on Al-Farouk's prison, but they didn't want to alert whoever was inside by having armed police anywhere near the house until they needed to be there. Aquil and I staggered like a couple of Saturday night drunks to the arranged pickup point, and within seconds, Henry himself had screeched to a halt and was helping me to pull the most wanted man in the world into the back of his car. Chapter 14. Jason.
I woke to the sound of someone saying my name. Was it Christine? No, that wasn't right. This was a male voice. Why was everything so hazy? Finally, the clouds in front of my eyes began to clear, and I saw Warwick's face looming out of the dark. Of course, it had been Warwick's voice. I must have been injured in the attack on the square, and then when Warwick turned up for our meeting, he must have found me and brought me here to safety, wherever we were. We seemed to be in some sort of castle, though it looked like it had seen much better days. "Adam!" I gasped. "Thank God it's you. Where am I? How did you find me? You didn't get hurt by the gunman, did you?" There was a brief look of confusion on Warwick's face before he started to laugh. A huge, throaty guffaw, which seemed entirely inappropriate in the circumstances. Now I was the one who was confused. What on earth was happening?
It appears that our super spy still hasn't worked things out, my boy,
he said to someone who stood to my left. I turned my head, and my spirits sank as I saw the gunman who had chased us from the square, minus his balaclava and his rifle, of course. My blood ran cold. Had I really been so stupid? I hadn't suspected for even a moment that Warwick was anything other than my friend and a useful contact. And how could I have defended this guy so vehemently to Christine? She had tried to tell me that there was something off about Warwick and I'd been blind. No, worse, I'd argued with her, told her she was wrong time and time again. It was going to be difficult to ever look her in the eye again, assuming I got out of here alive. It's been you the whole time? I asked quietly. He nodded while lighting a cigarette, blowing the acrid smoke into my face. I tried to raise my hand to waft it away, quickly realizing that my hands were actually tied behind my back. I should have known.
Yes, it's been all my own work, dear boy.
Warwick continued in his typical blustering and effusive manner, which I now suddenly realized wasn't engaging and charming, but was actually arrogant and revolting.
Well, with a little help from my supporting cast,
he added, with a mock bow to the gunman, who replied with a laugh.
And you Americans were only too happy to put the blame on some poor Muslim chap, weren't you? I served up the story you expected to hear, and you ate it all up, every last mouthful. You really are very easy to convince, you know. It's almost as if you're looking for terrorists on every street corner. I get the feeling you'd be disappointed if this ridiculous war on terror ever came to an end.
My mind was racing. Not only had Christine been right about Warwick, she had been right about Al-Farouk, too. The guy had never been anything more than a scapegoat, and I had wasted years of my life chasing him. Chasing him while the real villain had been within my reach all this time. Jesus, he'd been in my home, drinking my coffee. Some agent I turned out to be. Who is he? I asked. If I was going to be humiliated, I wanted to know every last detail about just how I'd been blindsided.
Who? Warwick replied. Oh, you mean your little nemesis, Al-Farouk. Some actor chap from Morocco, believe it or not.
He laughed.
You know, I convinced him that first video we sent you was a screen test for a movie. Didn't do a bad job either, did he? Pretty convincing, I thought. I told him I was going to fly him to the States and introduce him to some people. But he started getting fidgety, so unfortunately we had to abandon that little ruse. I decided to go for a plan that allowed me a bit more control in the end. Heroin.
Warwick winked at me. That explained why Al-Farouk had deteriorated so much physically over the course of the videos. It also explained why he hadn't been blinking a warning in the first clip. At that point, the poor guy had absolutely no idea what he was involved in. It was only after they had dropped all pretense of helping him make it as an actor and dosed him with heroin that he had started asking us for help. And not one of us had even noticed. Not until Christine Simmons had spotted his blinking and started asking questions that I should have been asking all along. So what was it all about? I continued. Putting your diamond rivals out of business?
Oh, good heavens, no. I'm afraid it isn't even anything that noble or interesting.
Warwick leaned in closely.
Pure, unadulterated greed, old boy. All about the money, as they say.
Greed? All that damage, all those dead bodies were so he could steal diamonds from other merchants? You wanted money? I asked, incredulous. But why? You told me you're a millionaire.
Those who have money always want more. I'm afraid I've started to live a little beyond my means, and I decided that I needed to find a cheaper way of restocking my business than buying on the open market. After all, as one of the world's leading diamond merchants, I had to find the perfect way of getting rid of the stolen goods. No one would suspect a thing. Of course, that meant that there had to be a few diamonds left behind for you and your friends to find. Otherwise, you'd soon realize these weren't terrorist attacks at all, but simple burglaries. However, as you now know, thanks to my classes, burned diamonds take on a very particular appearance. An appearance that isn't too hard to fake when you know how. We simply blew up the stores, took out the real diamonds, planted the fake burned ones, and then set the real fires. Genius, right?
You killed all those people for money? I asked, disgusted, unable to get past the fact that one of the richest men I knew had turned to robbery.
In fairness, Jason,
Warwick replied in mock seriousness,
it was an awful lot of money. Besides, you and MI5 would never have fallen for my little terrorist narrative if I hadn't killed a few infidels in the process.
If I could have gotten my hands on him, I thought to myself. But it was useless. He held all the cards, and his sidekick held the only weapon in the room. So what? You just wanted to show off how clever you've been before you dispatch me as well? Warwick shrugged.
Pretty much, yes.
He sighed.
You probably won't believe me, but I didn't want it to end like this. One more job, I decided, and then Al-Farouk was going to turn up dead, and the whole episode would be over. You and I could even have carried on being friends. If only you hadn't hooked up with that smart little piece of tail at MI5, eh?
I jerked forward, unable to keep my temper in check any further, but I only succeeded in nearly wrenching my shoulders from their sockets.
Such a temper!
Warwick was speaking to his henchman now.
I know. Let's give my good friend Jason here a little treat. How would you like to meet Ahmed Al-Farouk? How would you like to see the criminal mastermind you've been up against all this time?
Warwick was enjoying himself immensely. I just had to hope against hope that his pride made him too arrogant, and that he made a mistake. I had to play the part, play along, and wait for any window of opportunity.
Dean,
he addressed the gunman now,
go and fetch Aquil, if he's not drowned in his own vomit by now.
Dean nodded and headed out of the doorway to my right. Warwick stubbed out his cigarette. He was quieter now, without an audience to perform for.
Boss!
There was an anxious shout from somewhere within the building. Warwick darted from the room, and I began to explore whatever was binding my hands with my fingers. I could hardly get any purchase on the rope, and too much movement only seemed to tighten the knots, cutting off the circulation to my fingers. I cast my eyes around the room in desperation, looking for anything that could help me cut my way free, but there was nothing. Warwick burst back into the room, snarling, his face transformed by anger.
Where the fuck is he?
I was startled. Who? I found myself asking, although I could hazard a guess. Warwick grabbed me by the throat, forcing me to gasp to get any air at all into my lungs.
You know very well who. Where the fuck is he?
With every word, he tightened his grip. I could feel my eyes bulging in my face. The pressure was horrendous.
Boss, no!
The gunman shouted as he returned. Warwick let go, and I wheezed and coughed while I tried to recover, tears rolling down my cheeks and spots dancing in front of my eyes. Warwick turned his anger on the gunman now.
You said you weren't followed back here. That bloody MI5 bitch must have tracked you back here and found him. You're a bloody fool. Couldn't even shake off a woman.
He paced the room as he lit another cigarette.
If they have him, there's no way we can carry out the next attack.
Now it was my turn to laugh. You're crazy, Warwick. You were going to go ahead with the attack when an MI5 agent has your cover story in custody and when you've just told your whole plan to someone from the CIA? Warwick sneered. MI5 have nothing. Our cover story, as you call him, was so wasted the whole time I'd be surprised if he can remember his own name by now. I told you, one more heist and I'll have enough to live a life of luxury in some banana republic without an extradition treaty. He paused. But I can't risk MI5 keeping hold of Aquil. He may know more than I think, and I can't afford to put my operation on hold a minute longer. Clock's already started ticking, Jason, old boy. Warwick turned to the gunman. Bring me his phone, he ordered. I'm going to arrange a little prisoner transfer. You're insane, Warwick, I told him. Do you think that if you let me go, you're going to get away with this? And besides, MI5 doesn't negotiate with terrorists. I'm sure your little MI5 girlfriend will want to negotiate, Warwick said with a leer. And as for letting you go, well, who says that MI5 are going to get you away from the transfer alive? With that, Warwick delivered a stinging backhand, and I slipped into unconsciousness once again.
Chapter 15. Christine. Henry took Aquil and me straight back to the safe house. All the way back, I was trying to keep the young man conscious. I knew if we lost him, we lost our best chance of finding who was really responsible for the attacks. Although I was more convinced than ever that Adam Warwick was involved somehow. I wasn't sure if he was involved directly, or if he just knew far more than he was letting on, but he definitely had questions to answer. My main concern now was whether or not Jason was also involved. That, and why Jason wasn't answering his phone. At the safe house, Luke made Aquil some of his famous coffee. A cure for everything, he told me, while Henry made a few calls to get an emergency doctor to make a house call. I sat with Aquil on the sofa in the main living area and watched car after car pull up outside, spilling out armed officers. Aquil, how are you? I asked quietly. The young man smiled weakly.
Better for being away from that place and those men.
I bit my lip. I had so many questions, but I also knew that if I pushed Aquil too hard, too quickly, that we could lose him. The full debrief could wait until the doctor had seen him, but there was one thing I had to know. Aquil, do you know a man named Warwick? The look of pure terror that crossed the young man's face told me everything I needed to know. He tried to speak, but I shushed him. It's okay, Aquil. We can talk later. Aquil shook his head. Warwick is here, now, he told me urgently, pulling at my sleeve. I know, Aquil, I answered, trying to keep him calm. You don't have to talk. Just rest, please. I've only seen Warwick a few times, he continued. He met me in Morocco and told me he would make me an actor, but he just dressed me up like a terrorist and put me in front of a camera. When I complain, he turns nasty, injects me with drugs, puts me in front of camera and makes me say terrible things. It's okay, I reassured Aquil. We know it's nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry about anything. Please, try and relax. Aquil shook his head. He was trying to make me understand something, but I obviously wasn't getting what he was trying to say. After that, I only see Warwick day before the attacks, but his men tell me last week the next attack on Thursday. That's not right, yes? Realization began to dawn. You mean, because Warwick is already here, you think they've moved the date of the next attack forward? Aquil nodded. Warwick told me this is last attack. After this, he has no use for me. The young man began to cry. My heart was breaking. This young man had been through hell, and worse, everyone believed he was responsible for terrible crimes when he was actually a victim. Aquil, I promise I will keep you safe. I will not let Warwick hurt you, no matter what happens. My phone began to ring, and I motioned for Luke to come over and sit with Aquil until the doctor arrived. It was Jason. Thank God, I said to myself. There would be plenty of time to get angry with him later. For now, I was just relieved that he was okay. Jason, it's Christine, I answered. Where the hell are you?
Ah, the beautiful Agent Simmons,
said a voice I recognized instantly. Warwick.
What's going on? Where's Jason? I asked, trying and failing to keep my voice even.
Well, I think you know the answer to that question, my dear, he answered, seeing as I have my suspicions that you followed my clumsy colleague back to my place earlier today and removed something very precious to me.
I don't know what you mean, I replied, trying to catch Luke's attention, and then gesturing for him to fetch Henry.
You have Ahmed Al-Farouk, Agent Simmons, and I would like him back.
Why do you need him? You don't have to hide behind terrorism anymore. In fact, you can't hide behind terrorism anymore.
Let's just say I don't want to leave any loose ends.
I laughed. And what makes you think I'm just going to hand an innocent young man over to his death? Warwick paused.
Because I have Jason Kern, and I suspect that you want him back as much as I would like to see Mr. Al-Farouk again.
I paused. Would he really swap Jason for Aquil? Unlikely, I calculated. It was in Warwick's best interest for both men to die. For all I knew, Jason was dead already. I want to speak to him, I demanded. Warwick laughed.
I'm afraid he's having a little nap at the moment, but I can arrange for you to see him soon. Bring Al-Farouk to the house where you found him, alone, and then I'll hand over Agent Kern. Happy ever after.
Warwick hung up. Henry looked at me questioningly. He has Jason, I said. He wants to swap for Aquil. We both looked over to where the young man had fallen asleep on the sofa. Already, he looked 10 times better than when I had found him in Warwick's house just a few hours ago. Could I ask him to risk going back into that hellhole? I had no choice. If Jason was involved, then he had to face justice. And if he was innocent, then I had to get him out of there. Or maybe Warwick and Jason were still working together. Maybe this whole exchange was a trap, playing on my feelings for my fellow agent and putting everyone else at risk in the process.
What do you want to do?
Henry asked. We're going to get Jason, I told him. An hour later, I pulled up at the house with the slumped Al-Farouk in the front seat of the car. Henry and Luke were in position nearby, but I had told them to stay back unless absolutely necessary. I didn't want to give Warwick any excuse to go back on his word. Not that I actually expected him to play by the rules. Warwick, I called out, and the door of the building squeaked open. The gunman from the square emerged, pointlessly wearing his balaclava again, and peered behind me into the car.
Is he dead?
He asked with a laugh. I opened the car door and gently shook the sleeping figure awake. He was wrapped in blankets to try and keep him warm, and he needed to rest all his weight on my arm just to stand. Now, where's Jason? I demanded.
Come out, lover boy,
the gunman called, and Jason stumbled forward into the street, a couple of ripe bruises already forming on his cheek.
Send our man over,
called the gunman. Same time, I countered, desperately trying to see if I could spot Warwick himself lurking in any of the windows of the building. I couldn't imagine him missing this show.
Same time,
the gunman agreed.
On 3?
I nodded, placing my hand in the small of Al-Farouk's back, ready to propel him forward. Just before the count of 3, I heard the all-too-familiar sound of a gunshot, and Al-Farouk slumped to the ground next to me, groaning in pain. "Jason, run!" I screamed, hoping that Henry and Luke had also heard the gunshot and were on their way. I felt another bullet whistle past my ear and shatter the car window. The gunman was laughing, and I saw that he had hold of Jason around the neck. There was someone else shooting. Warwick himself, maybe? I bent down as if tending to Al-Farouk and took out the gun that we had previously hidden in the fold of his blankets. He was still alive, but bleeding. I would have to check how seriously he was injured in a moment. For now, I had to try and get that gunman away from Jason. I turned and fired an instinctive shot, hitting the gunman in the side of the neck. He slumped backward, an arc of bright red blood painting the wall, but more importantly, releasing his hold on Jason, who stumbled forward toward the car. I helped him inside, screaming at him to help me get Al-Farouk into the vehicle with him. I knew Warwick could recover his poise at any moment and was just waiting for the shooting to start again. When it did, I was surprised and relieved to realize it was coming from the end of the street, where Henry and Luke had said they would wait. Henry nodded at me as I jumped into the driver's seat. He was radioing for backup. Surely Warwick wouldn't get away this time.
"Thank you,"
Jason said breathlessly from the back seat. I made eye contact with him in the rearview mirror as I drove away and left the bloody scene behind us. "Is he okay?" I asked. Jason looked confused. "The guy in the back, is he okay?"
"Al-Farouk?"
Jason queried. I rolled my eyes. "Of course it isn't Al-Farouk, you idiot. Do you think we'd risk letting Warwick get his hands back on him? It's one of Henry's agents in disguise. Now, I'll ask you again, is he okay?" Chapter 16. Jason.
Back at the safe house, I was checked over by a doctor after he had seen to Christine's fake terrorist who had been hit in the leg, but who would survive. No permanent injuries, he told me with a smile. Christine watched over us all like some sort of mother hen. I wanted to speak to her, to tell her how grateful I was that her quick thinking had saved me, but she was determined to keep her distance, even more so than after we had slept together on the plane. Every time I approached her, she would suddenly feel the need to speak to the doctor or make an important phone call, and she worked hard to make sure we were never left alone together. Finally, I had no choice but to talk to her with Luke listening in, no matter how embarrassing I found it. "I wanted to thank you," I started, making both of them jump. "That plan, that was amazing work. I was sure when Warwick wanted to arrange an exchange that one or both of us was going to end up dead." I paused. If thanking another agent for saving my stupid skin was hard, then the next bit was going to be even harder. And I wanted to apologize. Christine kept her eyes firmly fixed on the table, and poor Luke didn't know where to look. "Christine," I persisted, "I want to say I'm sorry for fighting you over Warwick. I put us all in danger, and all because I refused to accept that I might have made a mistake and that you might be right about him." Luke coughed nervously and got up from his seat, mumbling something about making fresh coffee. Christine finally looked up at me, but her eyes were not filled with the forgiveness I wanted to see. She looked angry.
"Damn right you should be sorry,"
she hissed at me, keeping her voice lowered despite her anger.
"You put this whole operation in danger because you were blinded by your friendship with that man. How could you not even consider that he might be up to no good, given the evidence? I mean, the only conclusion—"
Christine suddenly stopped speaking and shook her head sadly. What conclusion? What had she been about to say? That she thought I was in on it too? I know things had gone incredibly wrong with Warwick, but she had to believe that I knew nothing about his plans. Christine, please talk to me. I want more than anything to make this right, but you have to give me a chance to explain. She lifted her head again.
Okay, she began. Explain to me. Explain how this criminal supposedly had you hoodwinked for years, fooled you into believing this insane story about an Islamic terrorist blowing up diamond shops, fooled you into not even seeing the evidence in front of your own eyes.
Christine stood up from the table as if ready to leave.
I'm beginning to think that I'm the one who's been fooled here.
Now I was angry too. She really did think that I was in on it somehow, or that, at best, I had known what Warwick was doing and had covered for him. If that was what she thought, then I knew that this conversation was going to end up with one or both of us saying something we'd regret. Just say it, Christine. You think I'm involved, don't you? You think I've, been his inside man all this time, throwing the investigation off his scent and feeding him information? You don't think that I feel just as betrayed as you? I thought Warwick was my friend. More than that, he was almost like a father to me. I took a breath and tried to calm down. Did that make me blind to his faults? Yes. Does that mean that I've made mistakes? Mistakes I bitterly regret? Absolutely. But I am not involved in his operation. You have to believe me. Christine and I watched each other cautiously for a moment, both of us tense and alert. I wanted to back down so badly, but I was hurt and upset by her lack of trust. Finally, she relaxed.
I don't really think you've been involved in his gang the whole time.
She sighed.
But I did worry that you'd had your head turned, and that I was walking into a trap when I came to make the exchange.
She grinned.
I mean, more of a trap than it already was.
My head turned? Did she think I would sell her out for Warwick's millions? You really think Warwick could buy me off? I asked quietly, deeply hurt by her suggestion. She waved her hands in something like despair.
I don't know, Jason. We're talking about a lot of money here. There's a lot of people who would happily look the other way for even the tiniest share of his take from all these diamond heists. You wouldn't be human if you didn't even consider it.
Well, I didn't consider it. I told her quietly. I laughed. In fact, he didn't even try and make me an offer I couldn't refuse. Christine looked surprised.
He didn't try and buy you off?
No, he never even mentioned a deal. It was all about getting me, and you, off his tail so he could go off and live a life of luxury somewhere. That's his plan now. One more heist here in Antwerp, he says, and then he skips the continent and heads somewhere they don't have extradition deals. Even now that we have Al-Farouk and know what he's up to, he still says he's going to carry out his heist as planned. I moved my chair closer to hers. I realize I've given you no reason at all to trust me, but we have to work together now. That's the only way we're going to stop Warwick from hurting anyone else, and to make him pay for all those lives he's already destroyed. Including mine, I thought to myself, with more than a little self-pity. We have less than 3 days until Thursday the 18th. We have very little time to figure out exactly where he's going to attack and put a plan into action, so we can't waste our time sulking and arguing. I nudged Christine in the arm jokingly. We can do all that when the investigation is over. I had hoped that I could coax a smile out of Christine, but she just stared at me seriously. What? I said, suddenly feeling a little afraid.
We have even less time than that, she told me. Aquil said they're moving the operation forward. I'm waiting for the all clear from the doctor before we can go and speak to him again."
I felt my blood run cold. Of course, Warwick wouldn't just wait around in Antwerp for us to catch him. If his plan really was to pull off one more heist and then disappear forever, then he would want to do that as soon as he possibly could. I stood. "What are we waiting for then? We need to speak to Al-Farouk now, whatever the doctor says." Christine laid a calming hand on my arm.
"His name isn't Al-Farouk. It's Aqil Siddiqui. And he's a victim, not a suspect, remember?"
She paused.
"I don't know if you can fully grasp that, given you've been hunting him for months."
As much as I wanted to start interrogating Al-Farouk, Aqil, as soon as possible, I knew Christine was right. Would I be able to treat him as a victim when his face had dominated my every waking hour for the last 3 years? "I need to see him, Christine," I pleaded. "I know this sounds really phony and American, but I need closure on this." Finally, Christine's face broke into that beautiful smile.
"You're right. That does sound really phony and American."
She sighed.
"Okay, when the doctor gives us the all clear, you can come into the room with me, but you let me do the talking." Chapter 17. Christine. It was 1 p.m. by the time the doctor told us it was okay to see Aqil. He had started him on rehab treatment for his forced heroin addiction and was also giving him fluids to help him recover from the shock, as well as some of the physical injuries he had sustained during his 3-year ordeal. The room was in semi-darkness as Jason and I entered. Aqil looked nothing like the evil terrorist I'm sure Jason was expecting. Tucked into the white sheets, he looked more like a scared little boy. I pulled a seat up next to his bed and motioned for Jason to do the same. "Hi, Aqil," I said in a soft voice, trying to employ my best bedside manner. "This is my friend, Jason." Aqil moved his eyes to look over at Jason, who gave him a cheery wave. I knew how hard it was for Jason to get the idea of Aqil as a wanted man out of his head, but at least he seemed willing to try. At that moment, I loved him for it, and had to drag my focus back to Aqil and our questions. It was the only way we were going to catch Warwick, after all. "Jason and I need your help, Aqil," I continued. "Do you remember when we were talking in the car and you told me that their next attack had been moved forward?" Aqil nodded weakly. "Well, we want to try and stop them before they hurt anyone else. But to do that, we need your help." Aqil closed his eyes and a solitary tear trickled down his cheek. "Aqil," I persisted, laying my hand gently on his arm.
"They think I don't hear them,"
Aqil said suddenly, his voice little more than a whisper.
"So they talk around me like I'm nothing. Talk about what they are going to do, what they have done."
He swallowed hard as his voice started to crack. I gave his arm an encouraging squeeze.
"You were the one who saw my messages about the attacks?"
he asked suddenly, opening his eyes. Jason and I both nodded.
"My uncle taught me Morse code when I was a boy."
More tears started to flow.
"I don't even know if my uncle is dead or alive anymore. Any of my family. Is my mother here?"
he asked, alarmed, his attention wandering. "No, Aqil, she isn't here," I told him gently. "But we have sent word to tell her that you're safe. She knows you're alive." Aqil smiled. I could sense Jason was becoming impatient, but I had to go slowly. This young man was fragile, damaged. If I pushed too hard, he might stop speaking to us altogether.
"The next attack, Aqil,"
Jason interrupted.
"When is it?"
I glowered at him, and poor Aqil shrunk back further into the covers.
I'm not involved in attacks. I know nothing about the attacks," he shouted hoarsely, and turning to me, he added pleadingly, "You say you believe me." "I do believe you, Aquil. We all believe you." I shook my head at Jason, and he sat back in his seat, reprimanded. "But you said you know something about when the next attack is happening. Maybe you know a little more than that? Something that we could use to stop them?" Aquil relaxed a little, keeping his eyes on me. "Today is Tuesday?" he asked. I told him yes. He thought for a moment. "Then the attack is today." Jason and I both stiffened in our seats. The attack could be happening at any minute. In fact, it could already have started, and all this might be too little too late. "What time, Aquil?" I asked, trying to keep my voice as calm and reassuring as possible. He held up 3 fingers. "They rob shops at 3 p.m. After they steal, then they blow up building, kill those inside." He swallowed hard, trying to stop himself from crying. "No witnesses," Warwick says. He always says, "no witnesses." Jason took his phone out of his pocket, raising his eyebrows at me, as if questioning whether it was okay to make the call. I hesitated. Did I trust him now? Did I trust that he was going to call the authorities and not tip Warwick off that we knew he had changed his plan? I felt sick to my stomach, torn between wanting to trust Jason and wanting to do everything in my power to make sure we caught Warwick. I shook my head and took out my own phone instead, dialing Billman's number. Jason was confused, but then realization dawned, and he just looked terribly hurt instead. If my suspicions were unfounded, I told myself, I would make it up to him later, if he'd let me. "Billman," I said when she answered the phone, "I have Aquil Siddiqui here with me. He's being very helpful, but I want to put you on speakerphone so you can hear his intelligence and make sure we react as soon as possible." I placed the phone close to Aquil. "My friend Alana is on the other end of the phone," I told him, wincing at using Billman's unfamiliar first name. "She is in charge of a lot of people who can get to Warwick before his next attack." "You arrest him?" Aquil asked. I replied yes, and heard Billman say the same from the speakerphone. "If you let him go, he will get to me. I know it." He was becoming agitated again. I had to find a way to calm him, or he wasn't going to be able to help us. I could see the doctor was becoming fidgety in the corner. The last thing I needed was for him to tell us we had to stop the interview. "He will tell you lies. He will tell you it was all me, but I am innocent. I tell you, I am innocent." "Aquil," Jason interrupted, "I promise you that this man will not escape. I promise that you are safe now." He paused. "And we all know you are innocent. You are not going to be punished for something you did not do, especially when you are being so helpful to me and my friend." The 2 men looked at each other, and I saw Aquil nod in relief. "So, the attack is at 3 p.m., I repeated, more for Billman's benefit than Aquil's. "Do you know where? There are a lot of diamond merchants here in Antwerp. You understand it is difficult for us to watch them all. If you can tell us anything that you heard them say, then it might help us to narrow it down." Aquil shook his head, and for an awful moment, I thought he was going to say that he didn't know where the attacks were going to take place. "The names here are strange," he said finally. I tried to encourage him. "Anything you can remember will help us, Aquil. Anything at all." He looked at me with a helpless expression. "They said something about a handle, I think. And then the shop next to it. They want to hit them both at the same time, yes? Steal more in one go?" A handle? What did that mean? I looked at Luke, who stood in the doorway, hoping his local knowledge might be of some use, but he just shrugged helplessly. There was a quiet cough from the doctor in the corner of the room.
Please, I thought, don't stop us talking to him now, just when we were getting somewhere.
I'm sorry to interrupt, he said, but there is a diamond shop called Groot Handel on Pelikanstraat in the city center, and I think it is in the same building as another diamond seller.
I looked at Aquil. Groot Handel? I repeated carefully. Is that what you heard? He nodded, and I grabbed the phone from the bed. Did you get that, Billman? Groot Handel on... I looked over at the doctor for help with the unfamiliar street name.
Pelikanstraat,
he said again. I repeated it for Billman. Got it, she replied. You and Jason get to the scene. I'll arrange for local backup, but I want you two on point, if you think you're up to it. I looked over at Jason. Part of me was still unsure whose side he was on, unsure whose side he had ever been on, to be honest. But if that was the case, wasn't it better that I stuck by his side, kept an eye on what he was up to? We're up to it, I told her as we stood up to leave. Chapter 18. Jason.
It was clear from the way Christine had worked so hard to protect Aquil from my questioning that she still wasn't convinced of my motives. I would have thought the bruising and swelling on my face, not to mention my eagerness to bring Warwick to justice, would have been enough for her to trust me. But I was obviously going to have to work harder to prove myself worthy. Part of me didn't blame her. I had brought Warwick to the table. I had told her that he was my best contact. I had even told her all about our close friendship. Not only had he turned out not to be the man I thought he was, but he was apparently the man we had all been looking for the whole time. Henry said he would drive us to the Diamond District. On the way, he was in constant contact with the rest of his team, translating their messages for us. Well, for me, anyway, as we traveled. It was now less than 2 hours until the attacks were scheduled. We had to assume that Warwick and his gang were already watching their targets, so we couldn't simply walk in the front door, or have the staff evacuate that way either. Henry had the bright idea of asking the 2 targeted businesses to close for lunch and then for the staff to make a big show of leaving together, as if they had plans. It would be an unexpected development for Warwick and his team, and it might stop them from carrying out the assault. But hopefully he had his heart set on that last big payoff. Hopefully he would go ahead regardless. It took a few minutes to arrange for the removal of the staff. I've never seen any group of people look less like they were heading out for a fun lunch break. Their faces were ashen white, hardly surprising when you thought that armed police had just been on the phone telling them their place of work was about to be attacked and blown up by a gang of ruthless robbers. Christine and I entered the building from an entrance in the back alley, which ran parallel to the main street. I had to admit to checking more conscientiously than usual when I exited the car. Being attacked by a sniper 3 times in 2 days will do that to you. But there was no sign of Warwick or his gang. In fact, everything was suspiciously quiet. Once inside, Henry gave us a very brief tour of the layout of the building. The ground floor was taken up by the 2 diamond merchants' shops and offices. Above were 4 more stories containing more offices, with residential flats on the top floor. These had also been evacuated. The building was entirely empty apart from me, Christine, Henry, and millions of dollars worth of diamonds. They covered every surface in the shop, and the offices were no better. There were trays of gems everywhere, under secured glass, glittering, twinkling, and catching the eye no matter where you stood or where you looked. They were captivating, and I could begin to see how someone like Warwick had become so fixated on having more and more of them. I realized with a start that Christine had been watching me this whole time. I don't think I could have looked more suspicious if I'd tried, gazing open-mouthed at all the diamonds on display. I tried to focus, look more businesslike, but I was worried that the damage had been done. While I could understand Christine's suspicions, I was worried she was letting them get in the way of the operation. If she really thought I was part of Warwick's gang, then she should have locked me up and made sure I was nowhere near the scene. I was no use at all at the moment. I couldn't move without Christine watching me like a hawk, which meant that she wasn't doing her own job properly, which in turn meant that I found myself watching the scene for both of us. I had less than an hour to convince her that she could safely turn her back on me for a moment. Otherwise, we could all end up paying the price. Henry and his colleagues left to take up their positions in the back alley. They had snipers on nearby rooftops and undercover officers in the street outside, watching for Warwick's approach or escape. Christine and I had agreed that we would take a position inside the diamond stores themselves. We needed to catch Warwick in the act. Plus, the last thing we wanted was for him to catch sight of one of us and be in the wind before we knew anything about it. There was less than an hour to go by the time Henry left us alone. Christine spent a few minutes checking all the doors in the 2 diamond stores, again, making sure no emergency exit had been left unlocked and unsecured. I went over to the window to take a peek out into the street. I could spot the plainclothes police right off. I guess we had to hope that Warwick's arrogance meant he genuinely wasn't expecting us to have figured out the details of his plan. He certainly seemed to have underestimated Aquil's abilities. As I stepped back from the window, I caught Christine watching me again. This was getting crazy. What, did she think I was sending signals to Warwick and his men by moving the blinds now? I'm fairly sure that, in these days of modern technology, if I'd wanted to warn him, I could have done it in a far more effective fashion. What? I snapped, finally losing my patience. I was unsure what would prove to this girl that I was on her side. Despite the fact that I had done nothing but tell her the truth, she didn't believe a word I said. I had been fooled just as much as anyone by Warwick, even more. I already felt like a total fool for believing in him, and worse for defending him to the hilt to colleagues who had seen right through him in just a few hours. I had admitted my mistake, apologized countless times, and yet she was still stubbornly refusing to give me the benefit of the doubt. It was beginning to seem that what had happened between us on the plane meant very little to Christine Simmons, despite what it had meant to me.
I was actually just wondering if you're okay,
she responded quietly to my outburst.
This can't be easy for you. I mean, given the circumstances. If you think it might be too difficult to face him.
Ah, so that was her game. She was going to try and get me out of the way by trying to make out she was only concerned about my mental health. That was low. Christine, I began, I have never been readier in my life for an assignment. I know this is personal, but that is why I am the right man for the job. I will do anything to bring this guy in. I paused, adding a muttered, just don't get in my way. Was that a smile? The girl was the very definition of an enigma. I simply couldn't figure her out. Sometimes she would seem to be softening toward me, then suddenly she would switch moods and once again be as cold as ice. It didn't cross my mind that she might be wrestling with her own dilemmas about trust. The time was starting to drag. Every now and then we would hear Henry and the others checking in on the radio, or reporting something of interest for colleagues to check out. Christine translated everything for me. I don't know if she was genuinely trying to be helpful, or if she was just looking for something to do to keep her mind off what was coming up in the next few minutes. 15 minutes to go. Henry made one last round of calls over the radio, and then announced that there would be no more messages until contact had been made. Couldn't risk Warwick tuning in and hearing the local cops discussing the location of his next attack. Christine was nervously pacing the floor. I just wanted to get on with it. I always found operations exhilarating, but this one had taken on a special meaning way beyond the usual importance of bringing bad guys to justice. A few minutes before 3 p.m., I whispered Christine's name and beckoned her toward me. I had calculated that we were best placed to wait in an alcove in the middle of the shop, which gave us a line of sight to the front door, but still gave us at least some shelter from any gunfire or even explosions that might accompany Warwick's grand entrance. She nodded and joined me in position. At least she trusts my judgment so far, I thought to myself grimly. The seconds were ticking down, but all I could hear was Christine's breathing. It took me right back to that night in the safe house when she had crept into my bed and fallen asleep in my arms. Her soft breath, those gentle snores. It had melted my heart that night, and it was doing the same again now. I wanted more than anything to catch Warwick, not just because he deserved it, and because he deserved to pay for what he had done, but because that was the best way I could think of to prove to this girl that I had been telling the truth all along. Christine and I were both clock-watching, waiting for the assault to begin, waiting for anything that looked or sounded out of the ordinary. As the minute hand on my watch moved past the hour, I waved it at Christine, who held out her hands in a who-knows gesture. The problem was, I realized, she thought she actually did know why Warwick wasn't here. She thought I'd tipped him off somehow, helped him clear out of town. And the fact that Warwick was late for his own heist didn't look good for me. Maybe he recognized the undercover officers? I whispered. I spotted them a mile off. Christine was just raising a finger to her lips when we both heard the unmistakable sound of the door opening. From my vantage point, I had a clear view of the 4 masked men who now entered. I watched them carefully, desperately trying to figure out which of them was Warwick. They all had his height and his military bearing. I couldn't yet risk making a grab for the wrong one. "Told you it was empty," said the first guy through the door, not Warwick. I was terrible with UK accents, but he maybe sounded Scottish. "Everyone left for lunch a couple of hours ago." "That's not their normal routine," the second man said with concern. Also not Warwick. Christine watched me from across the alcove, waiting for my signal. I shook my head. Not yet. Not until I knew Warwick was in the room, and that I was going to have the pleasure of snapping his cuffs on myself. "You know these foreigners," said the first man again. "Lazy bastards. Any excuse for a long lunch, I'll bet you." "I don't like it," the second replied. "This isn't what we planned. How do we make it look like terrorism without any victims?" "I think, in the circumstances, we can probably drop the terrorist ruse, old boy." I froze. That was him. I caught Christine's eye and signaled 3 fingers. Third man through the door. She nodded. "Let's just make this one a good old-fashioned heist, eh?" The first 2 men were making their way toward our alcove, which led into the back room, where most of the diamonds were to be found. "We'll take this one," the first man said. "You guys take next door now, if time is of the essence." "You're the boss?" Warwick replied with an ironic chuckle. No, I couldn't let him go into the shop next door. I'd lose sight of him for sure. I lifted my weapon, determined to make my move while all 4 men were in the same place. I just hoped Christine would give me the backup I needed. "Police!" I yelled, poking my weapon around the corner and waiting for the inevitable volley of bullets. The plaster of the alcove splintered as someone turned an automatic weapon in our direction. I heard Christine screaming and thought for one awful moment that she was injured, before I realized she was shouting instructions over the radio. Finally, the shooting stopped, and I risked a peek around the corner. Empty. "Come on," I told Christine. Henry and the others will have picked them up outside by now. We don't want to miss the fun."
"You were supposed to wait until they separated," she scolded. "That was the plan."
"Plans change," I told her, the blood pumping in my brain, my fury still as strong as the moment I had first heard Warwick's voice when he entered the store. We stepped out of the alcove more or less at the same time, and felt a sudden wall of heat rise up to meet us. I think I had a split second to think bomb before the blast came, throwing me against the nearest wall, and Christine back through the alcove. I was only out for a few seconds, but the transformation in the room was so complete, I might as well have been asleep for 1,000 years. The stylish, minimalist interior had been torn to pieces. Ceiling tiles and light fixtures swayed in the air above me, and there was a terrible, stomach-churning smell of burning flesh. "Christine!" I struggled to my feet, my left knee crying out in pain when I put any weight on it. "Christine!" I called out. Nothing. "Christine!" I heard someone coughing in the back room and fought my way past the debris. She was sitting on the floor, looking dazed and confused, but essentially in one piece. I ran to her, despite the pain in my knee. "Are you okay?" I asked. She blinked at me uncomprehendingly. "Christine, can you hear me?"
"Yes,
She paused.
I think I'm okay."
Slowly, she seemed to be returning to me.
"Jason,"
she said quizzically,
"was that a bomb?"
I almost laughed, despite the situation. "Yes, Christine, that was a bomb." She struggled to her feet.
"In that case, shouldn't we get out of here? Don't they set fire to it next?"
Jesus, she was right. I helped her to her feet, holding my breath, waiting for the second, deadlier explosion. We headed toward the windows overlooking the street, which had all been blown out. As we approached, I could hear a chaotic mix of screams, car alarms, and finally, Henry's calming voice, directing his officers to their roles. "Henry!" I called out, and his head snapped in our direction. He waved over his colleagues, who helped first Christine and then me out of the window. "Did you get them?" I asked breathlessly. Henry nodded, but I noticed a slight hesitation. I rephrased my question. "Henry, did you get them all?" "We have 3 of them in custody, one seriously injured by their own bomb. Looks like they set off the explosive before their whole team had made it to safety. No honor among thieves, yes? That is your saying?" 3 of them in custody. I knew even without asking that it was Warwick who had gotten away. Hell, I was 99% sure it was Warwick who had set off the bomb early, sacrificing his own guys in an effort to save his own skin. "Which way did he go, Henry?" I asked, checking that my weapon still worked. I was damned if I was going to let Warwick get away. "Back alley," Henry replied. "One of my men chased him west until he was shot." I looked up briefly. "He okay?" "He'll make it," Henry confirmed. "I'll hold down the fort here. You go and get your guy."
"You're not going alone,"
Christine told me. She had recovered her composure almost completely since the explosion and was busy checking her own weapon. "Damn it, Christine, you still don't trust me to go after Warwick alone?" I was angry and we were wasting time. "What, you think I'm going to run off to South America with him?" Christine was staring at me.
"Of course I don't think that, you idiot. I mean, I'm coming to help you." Chapter 19. Christine. The whole hour leading up to 3 p.m., I had been fighting an internal battle. I wanted so much to trust Jason, to believe he was the man he said he was, to believe that someone like him could really fall for someone like me. But there was this little voice in my head telling me it was all too good to be true, that it was all part of some scam he and Warwick were running. I was probably going to end up dead. Either that, or they would find some way to pin the whole thing on me the same way Warwick had with poor Aquil. At the exact time I should have been completely focused on the operation and bringing in Warwick and his men, all I could think about was whether or not I was being taken for a ride by Agent Jason Kern. The explosion, when it came, blew me at least 4 feet through the air. I think I hit the back of my head on a desk where I landed, and my ears were ringing when I eventually came to. I saw Jason limp toward me, and I realized he was trying to speak to me, but I couldn't hear a thing. Over his shoulder, I could see a body on the floor, one of Warwick's men, but he wasn't moving. The ringing started to subside, and I heard Jason asking me if I was okay. "I think I'm okay," I replied. Even in my confusion, an idea was trying to force itself to the surface. Was there something I needed to remember? Something I needed to tell Jason about? "Was that a bomb?" I asked, somehow feeling like this was important. Jason laughed at me. "Yes, Christine, that was a bomb." Suddenly, like a real light bulb, the idea, or more, the warning, popped into my head. "In that case, shouldn't we get out of here? Don't they set fire to it next?" Jason pulled me to my feet and toward the windows, which seemed to be the quickest and safest route out of the building. As I stood, recovering my composure, Jason and Henry were talking about the operation and how many of Warwick's men they had picked up. I watched Jason as he spoke, blood trickling down the side of his face from a wound apparently hidden under his hair. He had obviously hurt his knee, too, as he stood rather tentatively on his left leg. If he was in on this whole thing, then I think it was safe to say that Warwick had well and truly burned him, literally and metaphorically. Wasn't it far more likely that he'd been telling me the truth all along? That Warwick had fooled him the way he had fooled half the world? I had misjudged him, and I felt awful for it. Worst of all, Henry was now giving him the bad news that Warwick had slipped through their net, shooting a local police officer while he made his getaway. I knew that Jason was going to insist on going after him, and I knew that I was going to help him. I owed him that much for not trusting him. We headed down the side of the building, toward the alley at the rear. We had lost vital minutes already while pulling ourselves out of the building, but I knew Jason would scour the whole city twice over if need be. Warwick was alone now. His men were in custody, one in the hospital. He had no one he could turn to for help. "Do you think he'd go back to the house where he held you and Aquil?" I asked as we trotted along the alley, guns raised. Jason didn't answer for a moment. "I don't know where he'd go, Christine," he said sadly. "Let's be honest. I'm the wrong person to try and figure out Warwick's motives. I've known the man for 3 years. We went out for dinner. He gave me a birthday present last year. If I couldn't spot that he was a criminal who was playing me all the time, then I don't have much chance of figuring out where he's hiding." Throughout this whole investigation, I had never seen Jason so negative, so defeated. "He won't go back to the hotel," I answered, trying to rouse him into action, trying to give him some hope. "I think our only chance is to try the old house. Maybe he left stuff there he wants to take with him." Jason nodded. "You're right. Let's go." We took the back streets to the quiet alley where Warwick's base was located, assuming that he, too, would have avoided the main roads. Henry and his officers were also scouring the city, and the chances were his face would be plastered on every TV screen and at every airport and train station by now. His options were limited, but that could also be bad news. He had nothing to lose now, and men who had nothing to lose took crazy chances. The building that we both now knew so well came into view. Jason waved a hand to hold me back, checking the street left and right. "Clear," he called, and we both moved forward cautiously. You could have heard a pin drop in this silent street. It seemed a world away from the explosions and sirens and gunfire. Had it really only been a few minutes ago that Jason and I had been caught up in that hell? I gestured with my gun for Jason to take the far side of the door. He hesitated for a moment at the entry, peering around the door frame to check he was safe to go, before making the short sprint to the other side. We both stood for a moment, getting our breath. I was just beginning to think we were on a wild goose chase when I heard a thump from one of the upper floors. Jason's eyes widened. He had obviously heard it too, and before I could say or do anything, he darted inside. I was barely inside the door, and Jason had already made it to the foot of the stairs. If I didn't find some way to calm him down, Warwick wasn't the only one who was going to take crazy chances, and that could end up getting us both killed. "Jason," I whispered almost soundlessly, but it was another way to get his attention. I used my gun to gesture toward the two of us, as if to say, "We go up together." Jason took a moment to think, then nodded, waving me forward. I looked up the stairs above us. This was going to be a nightmare. The building was almost falling down. I could guarantee every one of those steps was going to creak and groan the second we put a foot on them. Jason leaned in close, and my heart started beating just a little faster. "We aren't going to be able to surprise him," he murmured, his lips brushing my ear. "Are there any other ways down?" I shook my head. "Then we have him trapped," Jason continued, as if what we were trying to do was suddenly the easiest thing in the world. I pulled away for a moment and moved my own lips closer to his ear. "Just run for it?" I asked. Jason nodded. Well, I guess he had a point. If we didn't have the element of surprise, then we had to make it quick. Jason held up 3 fingers on the hand not holding his gun and started to count them down. I felt sick with fear and excitement. This was like nothing I'd ever trained for, certainly nothing I'd ever done in live operations. Running into what could be a trap, what could be, at best, an armed, cornered, and dangerous criminal. I wished I had taken the chance to tell Jason I was sorry, to tell him I was falling in love with him. But the countdown was over, and the two of us were running like bats out of hell up the stairs. I was running so hard, all I could hear were our feet thundering on the stairs. We paused at the first floor and heard the noise of a door opening further up. "Higher!" Jason shouted, no longer needing to hide from Warwick that we were coming to get him. We continued up to the top floor, which had only 3 small rooms, but there was no sign of Warwick. How could he have disappeared? If he had found another way down, he would be long gone, and I feared we would never find him. Jason suddenly nudged me and pointed up at the ceiling. There was an attic. He pulled at the cord on the trap door, which slid open, revealing a ramshackle ladder. Jason took a few tentative steps, bracing himself to poke his head through the gaping hole. The phrase, "shooting fish in a barrel," came to mind, and I almost pulled Jason back down to the floor. Finally, he took his chance to scan the room above. I held my breath. No gunfire. Jason looked down at me, and I nodded. I would follow him up. The attic was roomier than I had expected. A huge, cavernous space, dotted with pieces of furniture. To my left, the roof had caved in, allowing sunlight to flood the attic. The hole was so big, you could see clear out onto the flatter roof that edged the building. I grabbed Jason by the arm. That must be where Warwick had gone. He must be trying to hide out there, or maybe jump to the next building. I pulled Jason with me toward the hole. As soon as he saw where I was headed, I could see the penny drop with him, too. We edged out onto the roof. Warwick was perched on the edge, his back to us, almost as if he was about to jump. Surely he wouldn't make it that easy for us. "Warwick!" Jason yelled out. "Show me your hands!" I was surprised to see Warwick oblige, lifting his arms out to either side like Christ on the cross. He turned, smiling. "Jason, my good friend," he said mockingly. "How wonderful to see you again." I watched the two men carefully. I had to give Warwick all my attention, but I was worried about what Jason was going to do.
"You're coming with us, Warwick,"
Jason called across the roof, edging closer.
"There's nowhere you can go. Just please come quietly."
"Aw, he said please," Warwick went on, speaking to me now. "Such a well-behaved young man, isn't he? He wasn't so polished when I met him, a bit rough around the edges, but he loved spending time with me and my friends. He just loved learning from us." He paused, smirking. "Almost a father figure to you, wasn't I, dear boy?" Jason's hand was shaking as he fought to stay in control. Was Warwick trying to goad him into shooting? "Quiet," I commanded, trying to exercise some control over the situation. "Hands up in the air, Warwick. Now." Warwick was paying no attention to me. His entire attention was focused on Jason. "And he was such a good friend to me, weren't you, Jason? Always happy to chat about his work, his big case, and always so grateful for my help. Never realizing all this time that I was feeding him the information I wanted him to have, while taking from him what I needed to know to stay one step ahead." He laughed. "Oh, you know, I was only going to use that little Muslim chap once. Only Jason here got so excited when he thought he was on to some big terrorist cell that I didn't have the heart to let him down." I could see Jason gripping his gun tighter and tighter. Any second now, I thought, he was going to squeeze that trigger and shoot an unarmed man right off the roof. It would be the end of his career. It would be the end of us. "Jason, don't let him get to you." I tried to soothe him, but his attention was focused only on Warwick. "Jason, look at me," I pleaded. His gaze shifted onto me.
"He needs to die, Christine,"
he said, his eyes filling with tears. "No," I answered. "He needs to pay for what he's done. Death isn't a punishment." Just as Jason relaxed his grip, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Warwick had slid a tiny pistol from his sleeve and was aiming it straight at us. I had less than a second to react. I fired my gun, not really aiming, and hit him in his gun hand, just above the wrist. Warwick screamed in pain, the gun falling from his hand. He fell to his knees, cradling his injured arm to his chest. I breathed out slowly and turned back to Jason, but he was already advancing on the stricken Warwick, gun outstretched, finger on the trigger. "Jason, stop! Please!" I called. He stopped walking, standing just a few feet from Warwick, the barrel of his gun barely inches from the older man's face. I held my breath. I had spent the last 2 days doubting this man, doubting his every move and motive. Please, I thought to myself, please don't let me down now.
"Cuff him,"
he said quietly, so quietly it took me a moment to react. I moved around behind Warwick and restrained him, making him cry out in pain again. You were lucky, I thought. Epilogue. Jason.
After Warwick had been taken in by the Belgian authorities, the next 24 hours were a whirl of activity. Christine and I were interviewed separately, then debriefed together, asked to sign statement after statement, and even to hand over our guns for examination. We were both exhausted, having spent days hunting Al-Farouk, then Warwick, and now that he was in custody, it felt like all the adrenaline had left our systems and we were suddenly drained. Christine wanted to get back to London as soon as possible to update Billman, she told me, but I think she really wanted the familiarity of home. This investigation had been hard on both of us. On the flight back to Heathrow, I had wanted to talk, but Christine had fallen asleep almost as soon as she took her seat, her head slumped on my shoulder, her soft hair tickling my cheek. I didn't have the heart to wake her. Christine headed back to MI5, while I headed to the hotel room I had left only the day before. It seemed like a lifetime ago since I had last been here. I took a long shower and checked in with my handler, Thompson. We talked for a few minutes about the mistakes that had been made in the investigation and the successes. I arranged to take some time off and said I would report back to the New York office in 10 days. I'd earned it. I called the MI5 office looking for Christine, but got put through to Billman instead.
"Christine's already gone home, Agent Kern," Billman told me. "She was determined to stay at her desk and finish off the paperwork, but I'm afraid she was dozing off at her computer. I sent her back to her flat."
I hesitated. I had really wanted to speak to Christine. I felt there was still so much we needed to discuss.
"You could always pop around and see her,"
Billman suggested, and gave me the address of a flat in somewhere she called Bethnal Green and instructions on how to get there. I arrived about half an hour later outside a little terraced house, which had been split into an upstairs and a downstairs flat. Christine had scribbled her name on a piece of paper stuck to the bottom buzzer. I took a deep breath and pressed the button. After a couple of seconds, I heard footsteps in the hall and the front door swung open. Christine was wearing leggings and an oversized woolly sweater, and she had some sort of fluffy rabbit slippers on her feet. She looked stunned and mildly embarrassed to see me waiting on her doorstep. "Can I come in?" I asked with a smile.
"Of course,"
she said, blushing. Her flat was small but cozy. There was a tiny sofa, and the TV was on in the corner, playing some trashy talent show. I smiled to myself. I don't think this was how Agent Christine Simmons would want to be seen by her colleagues.
"Have you come to say goodbye?"
Christine asked shyly. "Well, not exactly," I told her, taking a seat on the sofa. Christine perched on the arm next to me. "I've actually come to tell you I'm staying in London, at least for another 10 days. Christine smiled.
"Agent Kern is taking a vacation?"
"Well, maybe it's about time," I replied, returning her smile. "I was hoping we might be able to spend some time together." Christine slid off the arm of her sofa and onto the cushion next to me, laying her head on my shoulder, just as she had on the plane.
"I'd like that,"
she murmured in my ear. I lifted her head off my shoulder and held it in my 2 hands. She seemed so fragile and pure, as if all the evil we had encountered in the last few days had simply washed away. I moved closer and kissed her tenderly, her lips parting to allow our tongues to touch. I pulled her whole body closer, allowing her to climb astride my knees. I knew she would be able to feel my hardness in that position. I wanted her to feel it. I wanted her to know how much I wanted to be inside her. We were kissing deeply now, almost ravenous. I slipped the sweater over her head, and she was naked underneath, allowing me to move my mouth down to her nipples. She gasped with pleasure, a tiny noise that made my cock swell even more. She was more confident than she had been on the plane, lifting my own shirt over my head and tracing her fingers over my chest while we kissed. I moved around her, laying her down on the sofa.
"Not quite like the private jet,"
she whispered in my ear with a giggle. I slipped her leggings and panties off in one movement and fumbled with my own trousers. The longing I felt for her was like an ache now, an itch that had to be scratched. As I slid myself inside her, It felt as if everything we had been through was nothing more than a bad dream. I could stay here forever, I thought to myself, if she'd let me.
This has been Toxic Seduction, Romantic Secret Agent Series, Book 3, written by Roxy Sinclair, narrated by Sarah Puckett. Copyright 2017 by Roxy Sinclair. Production copyright 2017 by Roxy Sinclair.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.